stuff that was buzzing here, so why would one call all of a sudden go?
Is this in here? Or is it just, you can leave it up. That's not mine. It's not yours? Okay. Just leave it there for them.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Barry, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Yarrow, welcome back. I wanted to ask you a few more questions from your testimony on Friday. We talked about an incident at the Wise County Jail related to Tanner Horner that occurred after he had been incarcerated, in which there was, I believe, an attempted suicide that you then investigated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that investigation, kind of tell me just a synopsis of what you did.
The synopsis of the scene was I entered the cell. Horner had already been transported to the hospital at that time. My initial is just like any other scene. We're going to photograph the scene in its entirety. We're going to start by taking overall photographs. We're going to move to mid-range. We're going to move to close-ups.
Slow down a little bit. So you took a number of photographs?
I did, sir.
Okay. And prior to court today, did you look at some photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
That were part of the photographs that you took that day?
Yes.
In addition to taking photographs, did you take some items into evidence?
I did.
And were some of those items documents?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, what type of documents?
Handwritten letters, sir.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Yarrow, I am going to show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278. There's no 279. There's no document for that. 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285. Have you seen those today?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took at the time you were investigating this attempted suicide?
Yes.
And are they true and correct as to what they represent in those photographs?
Yes.
Do you also have the original documents with you if they needed to be entered for purposes of the record?
Yes, I do.
And are these photos, are they true and correct copies of the original documents?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278, no exhibit for 279, and the 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285.
Objections?
State's Exhibits 276 through 278 and 280 through 285.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to display State's Exhibit number 276. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 276?
So that's the built-in bench within the cell, and on top of the built-in bench are the sealed letters that I recovered from the scene.
And did you lay them out in this manner, or were they that way when you took the photograph?
They were laid out in that manner.
Was there anybody else in that cell besides the defendant, other than the Mercy personnel, that before you took these photographs?
No.
And if we look at these photographs, I'm going to ask you to go from the top to the bottom and read what the envelope says. Can you see that?
For Athena's family.
Okay, that's the first envelope.
Yes.
Second envelope.
Detectives only.
Okay. Third envelope.
That's to Legacy Church.
Okay. Fourth envelope.
And then to Melissa Horner and Jackie, I'm not sure the last name.
Okay. And then finally,
And then to Cassie something.
okay. So with regard to that, then those individual documents, did you take those things into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're going to look at State's Exhibit number 277. Is that the evidence bag you collected those things in?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you have that actually with you today, correct?
I do.
All right. Now with regard to 278, we're now looking at just a more close-up photograph of the envelope to Athena's family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a handwritten letter?
Yes.
So now we're going to look at 280. Okay, this is 280. Is this the true and correct copy of that handwritten letter, the front side of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish this record by reading it into the record.
Okay.
Thank you. To Athena's family, I wanted to start by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize, shouldn't apologize until the trial, and frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown. Not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now my son is going to grow up without his father and protector. I owe it to you all to explain where my mind is at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started out as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes to my route, adding stuff from other routes so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily routine happen. It was so bad one day I started to have a suicidal episode. I had to leave early that day or I was going to walk myself into oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication and a week later I was back at work. I've let my employers know how I needed to keep consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They made me a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time, going on to the next page. Now we're going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this a true and correct copy of the second page of that document, Investigator Yarrow?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine. It was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of. Then on top of all that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without me having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contractor I started with, Big Top Spin, my life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was still consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even this new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6-day weeks as volume got higher and higher. It was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took your little angel away from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I ask for, forgiveness, and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy, for he no longer has his father. I love you all, and I'm sorry. Hannah Horn. Is that what it says?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, with that envelope, is there also a smaller piece of paper inside of that envelope?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this the front side of that smaller piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Side notes. FedEx Ground themselves are quite negligent when it comes to safety. They do nothing to make sure contractors' vehicles are actually road ready. Polaris and Big Topspin both tell their employees to lie under beginning and end of day expectation because it's a pain to unground vehicles. And then the backside also has some writing, is that correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 283. I hope this letter both helps ease your suffering and helps with your case against FedEx. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I forgot one thing. I want to go back to the top of State's Exhibit 281. We did not read this part. It says, little asterisk says, just know I have found God through all of this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Your Honor, we would ask that the state read everything. He omitted the closing.
I believe you skipped one line at the very end, just very.
at the very end, I apologize. I did write, I love you all, and I'm sorry. Okay, so with love and sorrow and remorse, I love you all, and I'm sorry, Hannah Horn. Is that the part? Is it? Now, in addition to this letter, the other letter I want to talk about is the one that said for detectives only, all right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go to State's Exhibit number 284. This is the envelope, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a one-page letter with that?
Yes.
And may I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Detective, my family is in danger. It's 2 days before my arraignment date, and I'm worried that I'll be killed either to or from my way to court. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird, he almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions after handing me my wallet back. He told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot, parentheses, the area with the tall grass bamboo, in parentheses. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her changed into them before handing her over to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, BTW. IDK, if he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to or from the courthouse, I'll assume it was him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out when she calmed down after seeing him. I shut my headlights off and followed them, and I saw him park his truck by that creek. The next day, I went by there after work and saw the girl's body. I put her body in the water. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I'll gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military-style haircut, kind of fat, with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or he put them back on the truck somehow. I'm not sure. But 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We can turn the lights back on. With regard to that, in one of those letters, is he taking responsibility?
Yes,
Which one?
the first.
Okay. What about the other one?
No.
Is he blaming it on somebody other than himself?
Yes.
The approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, excuse me, not yesterday, but last Friday, when you were testifying, we admitted a number of pictures of the clothing that you took out of the defendant's locker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe we admitted maybe one or two of those items. We didn't admit all of the ones that I had meant to admit. So I want you to look at a couple of things. State's Exhibit number 227 can you tell us do you recognize that first of all?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is going to be the suspect's underwear, sir.
Okay. And did you collect those and take them into evidence after you did whatever processing that you were going to do?
I did.
Okay. And what kind of processing did you do on them?
Collected more photographs in the lab, and then I also took swabs.
After doing that, did you seal them up in this package?
Yes.
And were they then later transported somewhere else, and there's some type of an opening on the bag to indicate that they were processed at a different location? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer the evidence that is Exhibit 227.
Your Honor, we object as to relevance. This evidence was collected 3 days after the event, and there was no testimony that this was the underwear that he was wearing at the time of the incident.
Objection to the Rule 6, Exhibit 227 is removed.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 228. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, sir. This is actually a long hair that I collected off of the inside of is underwear.
Okay. And was that also, appears opened later at a lab
Yes,
and looked at?
yes.
I will offer the evidence states exhibit 228.
We do have the same objections for all of these exhibits. If they're all, I'll let you, what I'm saying is if you have the same objections, you don't have to repeat it. I would just assume it's the same objection.
Well, I understand, Your Honor. The objection we have to this one is that this is, may we approach?
Yes.
States Exhibit 228. Now, with regard to States Exhibit number 2, started with 227, now I'm going to jump back to 226. States Exhibit 226, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is States Exhibit 226?
This will be the FedEx polo shirt that I collected.
Okay. And was that also processed by you, put into evidence, and sent later to a lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will offer into evidence States Exhibit 226.
Your Honor, that would be the same objections.
Okay, that you had for 227.
That's correct, Your Honor,
Okay.
and I believe that will be for the next few items as well.
Okay, those objections are overruled. States 226.
And then finally, I'm going to focus on States Exhibit 229. Can you tell me what States Exhibit 229 is?
Yes, sir. This is going to be the suspect's pants. It's going to be his blue jeans that were collected from the bag at the jail.
Okay. And these were what he was wearing at the time he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
I will offer States Exhibit 229 in evidence.
Same objections.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're overruled. States Exhibits 229 are admitted. And you may have running objections to all of these.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I will pass you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. That first, Your Honor?
Yes, not on the record.
Yeah, if you want to ask them something, you're fine.
Yeah, first witness, Your Honor.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 36 through 43, and I'd ask you to take a look at those.
Morning, Counselor. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Okay, young man.
As a part of your investigation into the suicide attempt at Wise County Jail, you didn't just take pictures of the letters involved, right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the entire cell.
Correct.
And on defense exhibits number 36 through 43, are those true and accurate representations of the cell as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we offer states, I'm sorry, defense 35 through 43?
Okay.
Your
You
Honor,
said, well, hang on, you said 36 to start out, is
I
it
did.
35?
It is 35.
35 through 43, any objections?
only to, I don't have the number, but the one that was taken at the hospital was not taken by this witness and was not, he doesn't, he can't.
That objection is overruled. Defense exhibits 35 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Regret.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Who do you have next?
Dave Rogers, Judge.
Is this one of the witnesses I need to do something outside the program?
Yeah, Chairman, we need a quick court iron on him, and then you have that.
Okay. Y'all retire to your room. I'll be calling you back out in just a few minutes. All right, everyone may be seated. Let's get this witness.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. The rules in effect, so be sure to follow it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Jewell? Oh, Mr. Barry?
Yeah, well, it's my witness, Your Honor, but I don't know what they have questions for.
How do y'all want to?
I can start, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, the issue is going to be, I think he's going to be used to introduce state exhibits, what's in marked state exhibits 116 through 178.
Okay.
So,
And this is on out of your motion to eliminate?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I also would like to take him on board our see did he actually take those photographs, if not, he took them. Obviously, able to argue their admissibility, and then after that, I'd like to put through a 403 due process evaluation to see whether they're more prejudicial or probative, whether they're cumulative, whether they tend to prove any fact that's involved.
It would state hand me state exhibits 160 through 176 and 178, and then Mr. Vogel, while you're doing your questioning, I can look at the exhibits. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so the, we also are area safety exhibit 143, 152,
Do you need to see those?
No, Your Honor, I've looked at them already.
So do you anticipate that there would be any objections to 142 through 143, 143 through 152?
What, and the phone, that's 153, sorry.
Not for 143 to 149, I would ask about 150 to 152, the same question of because
Let me see 150 through 152.
I don't know if he needs to see the ones I'm asking about.
If he needs to, I can hand them to him.
Which ones did you need? 150 and 150?
150 through 153.
Is the physical phone, Judge.
I'm sorry?
153 is the physical phone.
Oh, okay.
He-
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Goble.
Agent Rogers, I'm Steve Goble, I'm the attorney for Mr. Warner. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I don't know if you're familiar, what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 150 is a photo of a phone from a wristband at 12 to 22. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And were you the one who took the photograph?
I was not the one, but I was present.
Okay, so who took the photograph?
It was a photographer for our team, Lisa Redwine, I believe.
Who's the red line? So why would you be the officer testifying to this position?
As senior team leader, I'm the one who oversees the whole scene, so I would be present during all activities. To include being the person who is on the chain of custody.
And how many team members were present that day?
Say again?
How many team members were present on December 2nd, the U.S. van search?
Approximately 9 people plus Weiss County Sheriff's technician, Amy.
Same question for Split Pre-Mark State Exhibit 151, photo of the sun or airplane mode from the train date. Did you take that photograph?
No, sir, I did not take a
Who
photograph.
took that photograph?
It would have been Lisa Redline, the photographer.
And
I believe,
for,
I mean,
PPT.
I believe without looking at a photo log,
I have the same question for State Exhibit 152, if we took the photograph, and it's just a different thing from the rest of it.
same thing, same person.
And did you oversee any of those photos you've taken?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean, did you direct them to be taken, or were you just there, what's looking?
Correct, I was there.
Okay. And what happens to the, is it a digital camera? How does those actually get processed? How do they make it?
It's, yeah, our photographer shoots it on a SD card and then creates the disc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she didn't give that SD card to you?
No, sir. That stuff is handed over to the Weiss County Sheriffs for their evidence.
Okay. She takes the photos, takes the SD card out, and gave it to Deputy Amy?
Believe, yes, sir.
What about what's the Mark State Exhibit 153, the phone? Would you want to seize that?
The purple phone, the Samsung phone, or the Motorola phone with the purple case? Is that what we're talking about?
Picture in front of us.
I don't have the picture in front of me anymore, sir.
Judge, could you hand him State Exhibit 150?
150, okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the phone we're talking about?
The one that was, yes,
Were
was
you
the one that was collected.
located that?
I was there, I mean, I saw it inside the FedEx truck, yes, sir.
Okay, and you weren't the one that seized it?
I wasn't the one who collected it, but I was there when we gave it to the evidence over to Weiss County.
Okay, so who collected it?
It was Ashley Groover and Melissa Porter that collected it.
And they gave it to Deputy Amy?
So they collected it, they put it in an evidence collected log, with logging it into it. At the end of it, it is either myself or the team leader that gives over the evidence to the Weiss County.
So who is the team leader?
The team leader for that site was Tim Smiley, and I was a senior team leader.
What's the Mark State Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178? Were you the person who took those photographs?
I am not the person who took the photographs. It was our photographer who did.
Which photographer was that?
It would have been Thomas Ainsworth, assisted by Lisa Whittemore.
What was your role on that?
I was a senior team leader. I oversaw the planning and coordination of that recovery.
How many people were on your team at that time?
Our full team showed up, but only 7 people took part in the actual recovery.
And when those photographs were taken, would that SD card have been given to Deputy Amy?
All of the items would have been given to Detective, Amy. I'm sorry.
State Exhibit 177 is a diagram. The diagram is that
What number, 177?
177.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that we're actually entering that in evidence.
I was gonna say, I didn't see a 177.
That's fine.
Okay.
I got 176 and 170.
Okay, so you are supervising, you said 7 other people participating in testing?
I was one of the 7, and I was assisting with the scene. I was actually involved in the scene.
And how many total were present?
6 plus me, which would make it 7.
Okay.
We're at the recovery. There's more of our team in the vicinity, but that's the ones that took place in the recovery was a total of 7.
I know, that's pretty confusing. What does that mean on in the vicinity?
So we came from processing the other FedEx truck and then our whole team goes out there, and then it was my choice of who was selected to go down to recover the body.
Okay, were you directing the photographer which photographs to take?
I don't direct her specifically, but she knows that she has a certain role, and that is to take the entry photos, evidence photos, and exit photos.
And were you directing any of the people involved in evidence collection?
We had a plan before we went down to do the recovery, yes, sir.
So what does that mean? You had a plan? You'd identify what they're collecting?
So how we are going to approach down, who is going to be in the water, who is going to be on the shore, how the photographs, where would we be taking the photographs at, how the body was going to be manipulated to take those photographs, and then to package or put the body into a body bag and then have it brought up to where it was released. So all of those was in plan.
Pass those, John.
Any questions, Ms. Dooley?
Just one. As for the body recovery, were you physically in the water within Athen Strand?
Yes, I was.
So you were there at the scene the entire time?
Correct.
Objections?
As to each item, our objection will continue that he did not establish the chain of custody by himself. He was not directing the photographs to be taken. He was not identifying which items were to be seized. He was the supervisor, which is a role. And then they turned the investigative part over to someone else. So I don't think any of them are admissible for those purposes. As to items 160 through 178, excluding 177, we continue our objection under 403 and due process that they're cumulative, they are not relevant at this point. According to their consideration that they do show a body that is unclothed. The photos may be considered gruesome, and particularly the photo of the body bag. I don't think it adds anything to the punishment phase of this trial.
Those objections are overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, the court will allow these exhibits to be admitted. Do you have a running objection, Mr. Goble?
Yes, sir.
Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Thank you.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Dewell?
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead and state your name after introduction.
My name is David D. Rogers II.
And who are you employed by?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been with the FBI over 20 years.
In your 20 years, what all roles have you had after FBI?
Initially, I was an investigator for domestic terrorism and international terrorism. Then I worked approximately 15 years as a weapons of mass destruction investigator, which is chem, bio, rad, nuke, explosive investigations. And then I took the role as a senior team leader for our evidence response team, our crime scene team, for approximately 4 years. And then I'm recently now a cyber agent for the criminal. And I have also been a part of our hazardous evidence response team since 2011. I've been a part of our evidence response team since 2018. And like in 2021, I took the role as a senior team leader who's over the entire team of 32 individuals plus alternates.
You talk real fast.
Oh.
Slow down.
Apologize.
I've just got notes like that too. What type of training and education did you have to have these roles?
So in order to be on the crime scene team or even the hazardous evidence response team, you have to have 40 hours of training in each discipline. So it's 2 weeks of training. And then in addition to those trainings, you have others. So I've had post-blasts, which is explosive recovery training. I've had large vehicle post-blast training. I've had human remains recovery training. That is approximately a week. I've also facilitated some of those trainings with our anthropologists that are in the Dallas area. I have also attended other trainings that dealt with body recovery stuff.
Were you asked to assist on the investigation in this case for Athen Strand?
Yes, I was.
And when were you first asked to assist?
I was, as senior team leader, I was asked by my supervisor to respond out to the abduction site and went there on that behalf with a small group of people to be in the area in order to make a determination how many people, where we needed people to go.
You mentioned that you were the senior team leader for this team. What is a senior team leader's role?
My role is to coordinate and plan all the operations on scene, to include, and also training and making sure that people on our team are certified to go and handle crime scene teams, or crime scenes.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you participate in what I'm going to call the initial search of the arrest van?
Correct.
If I call the van, the arrest van, do you know which van I'm talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what license plate that van had?
I believe it was GCP 0468.
I'm sure we're talking about the same van. On this initial search, what did you and your team do?
Because the vehicle was brought to us, we knew that there was items in there that was what the investigators wanted. We were able to take a picture, or we were able to look into the vehicle and see that there was a cell phone and a bag that was visible in the vehicle. And therefore, we collected those 2 items.
The 2 items were collected were the backpack and a phone.
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, you have your choice.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 143 through 152. And do you recognize these items?
Yes, I did.
And what are you looking at?
This is the FedEx vehicle that that the individual was arrested in and had personal belongings in.
And were you there when those photos were taken?
Yes, I was.
And do all of those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and the items that were in place that day?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 143 through 152.
That's approved.
State's Exhibits 143 through 152 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Publish State's Exhibit 143 on our screen. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at the FedEx vehicle that we processed, collected evidence.
Zoom in a little bit. Do you see that license plate number?
Yes, I do.
Can you read that?
It's Golf Charlie Papa 0468, so GCP 0468.
Is that the license plate with the West End?
Yes, it was.
Published State's Exhibit 148. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the cab of the vehicle. In the picture, you can see the cell phone right in the middle console. We take the photos of the entry photos is how we see it when the door is open, so nothing is manipulated from our end when we get in there.
Are we showing all the photos here today, or were there more photos than what I showed you?
Of that day,
Yes.
I believe this is all the photos. Yeah.
And show you what's marked, or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 149? And what are we looking at here?
The cell phone still in the console with appears something on the screen.
Are all these photos taken before anybody has touched the items?
Is before our team touched the items, correct?
I believe you said before that this item was collected by the FBI team.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 153. And do you recognize this item?
This appears to be the item with the supplement, yes.
So,
Yes, this appears to be the item with the supplement.
And how do you recognize it?
It has on here the description that was collected by the FBI from the FedEx vehicle,
And
and then released to Wise County, and then opened on March 14th, 2024, and then packaged in here.
And was your team who originally seized and collected that
Yes.
item?
Yes.
And what did you do with that item once it was collected?
Once we collected it, we provided a chain of custody to the Wise County's office.
And other than the addition of that package, has it been altered or tampered with in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state option to evidence States Exhibit 153.
No additional objection.
those previous objections are overruled and States 153 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And do you go by Special Agent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Special Agent Rogers, as soon as guys were in the middle of or concluding that initial search of the arrest van, what did you do next?
We got a call that said that we requested the assistance of our team by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers.
Is that still on that same date of December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, it was the night of on December 2nd.
Where were you asked to go?
We were asked to go to a county road, 922 County Road. That was about 15, 20 minutes from that location, I believe.
Do you recall about what time of day or night it was?
We finished up around 7:30 from the Wise County office, and then departed to the where the recovery was to occur.
Was it already dark out?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived on that scene, what did you see?
Coming down the road with a team in our supply vehicle, it was lined with first responders. As we approached, we were able to set up our vehicle on the bridge area, and then was able to and then deploy some. There were some lights out there, but we had some other lights that we utilized to brighten the area.
And you mentioned your team. Who all from your team was with you at that point?
Collectively, it was all the people that were from the Wise County Sheriff's Office that came out there, and then we got on the bridge, and then we had to assemble a smaller team of 7 individuals.
A smaller team of 7 individuals to do what?
Obviously, it's a hard decision to make. We wanted to choose, with the assistance of the team leader and our senior members, we kind of compiled some names that we thought could handle the scene. Obviously, this is going to be a traumatic scene, so we wanted to make sure that we had people that could handle it. It's very easy to just select people, but we know what's going to happen in the aftermath of it. So, this team is made up of people who go above and beyond, that put the mission first ahead of their own personal costs, and it is their opportunity, our opportunity, to give those who have been silenced by tragedy a voice, and that voice is justice. And so we all
Sustained.
go.
That's enough, that's enough.
Okay.
No, that's enough. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. As a senior team leader, is it your job, if you will, to pick who those 7 individuals were going to be?
Yes, it is.
Were you one of those 7 individuals?
That was one of those 7 individuals. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Was one of the 7 individuals somebody to take photos?
Yes.
And can you walk us through that process, that once you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
So once we are received, and we're organizing the team of who's going to do what. We have an individual who's a photographer. We have an individual who's a photo logger. We have then individuals that are going to go into the water to do recovery, into individuals that are going to assist with that, as well as processing the body once it's out.
And were you present during this entire time?
It was.
And driving on bridge?
Yes.
I am showing here what has been marked as States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178.
And do you recognize all of these photographs?
I do.
And you were present on scene during all of these?
Yes, it was.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the scene and the body recovery as you personally saw it that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state option to evidence States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court? Yes. No additional objections, Mr.
No
Chairman.
additional.
Your objections previously given are overruled and states exhibits 160 through 176 and 178 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We publish States Exhibit 160. And can you describe what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at that bridge, and then you're looking down off of it to the water, and that's concrete block right there. And then on the other side of that block is where the remains were recovered.
Let me zoom back out a little bit. What are we seeing kind of more in the distance where those vehicles are parked?
Okay, so you're seeing what I talked about coming up that path where the first responders, then off, there's a post there, it's hard to see, but off to the right is a kind of a barrier where cars can park there. It's kind of a graveled area. There is a little path on the other side of that little barrier there where we would walk, where we end up walking down to the site.
When you say there's like a little path,
Like,
can you describe the path?
just a beaten path where people have walked before.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 169. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at a different angle, but closer to the right side of where that concrete block was. And it's looking down towards the water. Where that concrete is, you can go down the left side of it or the right side of it.
When you say go down, is it like a smooth path? Is it rocky? Can you describe that?
It was very slick. It was kind of cobbled, a lot of dirt and rocks that were.
And that concrete block, how high is that?
Roughly maybe 4 to 5 feet or so. Can't really remember how tall it was.
Were you one of the individuals that physically got into the water?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe to us your process for getting into the water and to like getting down those paths with your team, and who was there?
Okay. So prior to going down, I gave team assignments for what people were going to do. We were going to wear Tyvek suits and then gloves as personal protective equipment to go into the water. Myself and Tim Smiley went into the water to recover Athena, and then we had two individuals that were on the shore. There was a rope because of how the edge of the water was. It was very rocky. It was very unstable, kind of being able to get your footing. It was obviously you're in the water, can't see anything because it's I think the depth of visibility was only a few inches down, maybe that you could see stuff, maybe 5 or 6 inches. So we had someone that was on the shore with a rope, also in personal protective equipment to help us, because we knew that they were going to assist us as we were making our way out of the water, and then to kind of carry her out of the water and then put her on a flattened area that had another body bag laid down so we could so she wasn't going to be resting on the dirt.
What's been admitted as 172? What are we looking at here?
Kind of towards the middle of the screen, and then a little bit more in the middle, very middle, you could see was a hand that was barely visible out of under the water. And then you could obviously, from our perspective, because we were in the water, you could only see the hand barely visible. You couldn't see the very outline, but obviously photographs give you that advantage. But we could see just her hand that was kind of under the water.
And is this how you and your team found Athena before you entered the water?
Correct.
So once she's in the water right here, what did your team then do to recover?
So Tim and I, Agent Tim Smiley and I went into the water. I was going to go, I took one side of her body, he took the other side. We grabbed her arm and her leg, and we both were trying to work our way out of the water to where we got to the other two individuals that were standing there to assist us as we came out of the water.
Counsel,
Yes.
At this point, I think you were stating that you and another individual were in the water and y'all were, I think, were you handing her off, or what would you do next to get her on the boat?
So we, all four people were assisting her body over to the ledge that we were going to place her on so we could take the photographs and then collect the forensic, or maintain the forensic, preserve the forensic evidence that could have been available or on the body. So, like I said, there was a rope that helped guide us because it was rocky, where the footing was unsure, and we were able to kind of move her up into a flattened area where our photographers were.
I'm going to show you 173. And what are we looking at here?
This is the as we came out, I would say it was probably about mid-chest level where that landing was, and that's where we put Athena's body onto the body bag.
How deep was the water?
It was roughly, it was up to about kind of our waist. I remember right around our waist, and it was about 5 feet from the edge into the water.
Placed her on this, this was a body bag, you said?
Correct. It was.
And what did y'all do at this point?
At this point, as we later up there, our photographers started taking the photographs of the body. As they took the photographs, then we put bags and taped them around her hands. And then after those were photographed, we then rotated her body over to the back side where more photographs were taken, and then eventually rotated back to where she was face up.
Not been published on the screen, but I'd like you to look 174. And I'd like for you to just describe for the jury what we're looking at and what you're doing with
The images of Athena laying on a body bag. She is upright, her face up. The time, you want me to go into what I recall in that moment? As we lifted her out of where we placed her on this bag, I remember her being really cold to the touch, firm, and then with the lights and everything that was on the bridge hitting down, her skin appeared to be glistening, almost kind of angel-like, is what I recall it. And then I recall bubbles escaping right where her mouth is. She was blowing bubbles, and as that moment where you kind of see it, then also the reality of it sits in of the trauma that was very apparent on her body.
May I ask witness?
Yes.
May I publish this as one only to the jury?
Yes.
Especially in Rogers. At this point, what did you guys do to finalize getting that clean up from the body bag?
So once all the pictures were taken and her hands were bagged, we then placed her in a body bag, which prior to that was, there was a determination that the body was deceased by the Justice of the Peace. And then we zipped up and then put our identification tags on it and then brought it up to the funeral home that was going to take the body and then have it go to the medical examiner's office.
Who brought her body up to the funeral home?
It was our team that brought her up.
I'll pass this.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Agent Rogers, you were not the person who took those photographs,
Not those, no sir.
and all the photographs and any evidence were turned over to Deputy Jamie.
Yes, the Wise County, yes.
That's what
Redirect.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Let us take our morning break, okay? I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
sides ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Judge, I think you have something. Nope. Thank you, sir.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, welcome.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jessica Dwyer. That's D as in dog, W-Y-E-R. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner and Director of the Crime Lab for the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas County.
And can you tell me, as a medical examiner, what is sort of your job description?
So a medical examiner is the same thing as a forensic pathologist. Pathology is an area of medicine that's focused on the study of disease. Forensic pathology is even more specific. It focuses on the study of death. So that's basically what I do.
And can you tell us what kind of background, training, experience you've had to qualify you for the job that you currently hold?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Following that, I obtained a medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center of San Antonio, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Following that, I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency with the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then following that, I did a year of specialized training in forensic pathology that's called a fellowship. And that was with the Office of the Medical Examiner of Allegheny County, which is also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then along the way, there are 3 licensing exams that you have to take in order to practice medicine in the United States. Passed all of those on the first attempt. And I also have 3 board certifications in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, all of which I passed on the first attempt.
And since you have become a medical examiner at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, have you, I guess, been given other duties than just the level of medical examiner?
Yes, sir. As the Director and Chief Medical Examiner, I have a lot of administrative duties as well, but I do still perform autopsies every day.
Or do you have supervisory duties over the others?
Yes.
And with regard to an autopsy that was performed on the date of, I believe it was December 3rd of 2022, approximately 7:30 a.m. on an individual by the name of Athen Strand. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so I just stated the date it was on, but how was it that you first became aware of this case? And was it different? Were you just on duty that day, or did you specifically go to perform the autopsy on this particular day?
I was scheduled for work that day, so whatever cases are reported to the office that we ultimately bring in for an examination are your task for the day. So in this case was reported from the Justice of the Peace in Wise County, and they requested us to perform the autopsy, and that was my assignment for the day.
And according to your understanding, what was that day in relation to the date where her body was located?
So I believe the body, because this was a Saturday morning, I do remember it was on a Saturday. I believe her body was discovered Friday evening, and the case was reported to us somewhere in the late evening, early morning on Saturday, the December 3rd.
And is that common or unusual as far as an autopsy being performed so quickly? How does it normally take place?
No, for cases that are reported to our office and brought in for an examination, we try to maintain a 24-hour turnaround time, so this is not unique.
Okay, you talk real fast.
I'll try, I know, I'll try.
Your footwork not balanced.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the autopsy on Athen Strand, can you kind of just walk us through just the basic process of what happens from the time that a body is delivered to the medical examiner's office until the point that you encounter it?
So the process of an autopsy?
Well, the process of getting it to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this instance, the body is actually brought to our facility, specifically the morgue area. We do scan the body in. The body bag is sealed with a plastic tag that we keep closed until the time of the examination. But as the body is scanned into the building, it doesn't mean that we are automatically starting the autopsy at that point. So we have a cooler that they stay in until the autopsy is performed. And then not the process of the autopsy, just the intake part, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So once you are ready to begin the process of the autopsy, let me ask you this first of all. What's the purpose of the cooler?
So it is kept at a cold temperature to just preserve the condition of the body.
And is that slow the rate of something?
Decomposition, slows the rate of decomposition, yes.
And are there some documents that you usually have to have in order to do an autopsy?
There are some documents that we typically have before the autopsy, yes.
And can you kind of describe what that is?
So our building is a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week operation, but I am not physically in the building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who answers the phone for our facility are our forensic investigators. So anytime a death is reported to our facility, it's the death investigator that is taking that information, determining if this case needs to actually be brought in for an examination, etc. So they will draft a report of all the things that were reported to them by whoever is reporting the death. So it's called an investigator narrative. So that's given to the medical examiner prior to the case, so we have an idea as to what's the circumstances of the death and kind of helps us triage our cases for the day.
So you had some understanding of what was the circumstances before you did the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Do you also have to be given some official authorization from somebody in the county that it comes from in order for you to do an autopsy?
So because I'm an employee of Dallas County is my jurisdiction. However, when another county is requesting our office to do an autopsy, they have to provide an authorization form stating we're requesting Dallas County to perform this autopsy, correct?
Now, as you are conducting an autopsy, do you take notes, fill out diagrams, things like that, to record your findings so that later you can put them in your autopsy report?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what that's called?
We kind of colloquially refer to them as our bench notes. Essentially, it's all the notes from the case that I'm going to then take to my desk after I'm done with the case so I can officially memorialize it in a more organized, neat fashion into an autopsy report.
Now, before an autopsy report comes out, is there another short form report that is often issued by the medical examiners before the final autopsy report?
So we do have a cause of death report that you can request through our office, and what it is it's on official letterhead, and it just provides the cause and manner of death for the decedent with the signature of the pathologist performing that examination.
And then, of course, the final document would be your examination report. What is that called?
You're talking about the finalized autopsy report?
Yes.
Yes, that's the neat version. It also incorporates any findings from toxicology or some ancillary testing that we may or may not request, but that is the comprehensive finalized report.
May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, I'm going to show you 4 different documents. State's Exhibit number 271. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 271?
This is the autopsy authorization form for decedent Athena Strand that's signed by Judge Jan Morrow, who is the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1 in Wise County, Texas.
And State's Exhibit number 272, you may have to look through that and see if you recognize all the pages.
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 272?
This is a copy of my bench notes.
Okay. And chronologically, that would come during the autopsy itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, following the autopsy, the short form report, State's Exhibit 273?
Yes, this is the cause of death report, signed by me.
All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit number 274.
Yes, sir, this is a copy of the finalized autopsy report.
Thank you. Do the documents, both the bench notes, the cause of death report, and the autopsy itself, do those document your findings during the autopsy of Athen Strand on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 271, 272, 273, and 274.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 271 through 274 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
We'll start with State's Exhibit number 274. I'm going to leave all this up here because it shows us what the page number is as we're looking at it on the autopsy. So as we look at State's Exhibit 274, it's titled, what is it titled?
Autopsy report?
Okay. Do you see on there the date and approximate time that the body was found?
Yes, sir.
And what is that for purposes of the record?
So date of death is based on when she was found, which was December 2nd, 2022 at 8:45 p.m.
And then what is the date and time that the autopsy itself was performed according to this document?
Where it says examination performed December 3rd, 2022 at 7:30 a.m.
Now, with regard to the autopsy itself, before the autopsy begins, is there an evidence collection? You can turn that off for a second. Is there an evidence collection process that takes place?
Yes.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Depending on the type of or suspicion of death, we may collect trace evidence at the autopsy. In the event that there's a firearm potentially used in the decedent's death, we would test for gunpowder residue, or we may collect hair, we may collect fingernails, or a blood sample to ultimately be dried on a blood card. Those are some examples of trace evidence we collect.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And of those things that were collected, can you describe them, what was collected in this particular case?
Yes. So we did collect a blood card, so it has 4 spots of dried blood on it. That's to preserve her DNA. We have a sample of her scalp hair, which we also use for DNA. When her body was actually received with her hands covered with brown paper bags, we will keep those brown paper bags. I did perform gunshot residue testing on her hands just because I didn't know what kind of death we were potentially dealing with when I did the case. And then also collected fingernail clippings from both of her hands, her right and left hand. And then we also collected a sexual activity kit.
And the sexual activity kit, can you describe what that is?
So exactly that, it is evidence that may be related to sexual activity. So it's typically swabs and pubic hair collection. So for a man, it would be swabs from the penis and penile urethra, in addition to the anus and the oral cavity or the mouth. For a female, it would be oral cavity, vagina, both the outside and the inside, and also the anus.
And with regard to those things, once they're collected, what happens to them?
They're packaged in a kit, and they ultimately get transferred to our evidence registration. Since this is an out-of-county case, it doesn't automatically go to our crime lab. The county would then have to request testing or analysis of that kit from our crime lab, or they may send it elsewhere, but it gets sent to our evidence registration.
And, man, hold on for a second. I need to ask a question real quick. May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as 260, states 269 and states 270. Does it appear to have the evidence tape from the Dallas County Medical Examiner?
Yes, with my initials too.
And can you describe, first of all, what would be in states exhibit number 269?
So a lot of this writing in yellow tape is not mine, but what I can tell you is that this is typically how I package evidence from a homicide or potential homicide. And there is a sticker itemizing this particular item that correlates to the number for this decedent. And then we will seal the top of the bag with tape and red evidence tape, which I initial. But the yellow tape and everything else, I don't know who did that.
And what would the contents be? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Everything that I just listed that I collected would be in there with the exception of the sexual activity kit.
And then states exhibit number 270?
Yes, sir, this is the sexual activity kit.
Okay. And these both relate to the body of Athen Strand and the autopsy done on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I will offer states exhibit number 269 and 270 into evidence.
States exhibits 269 and 270 were admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, during this process of conducting an autopsy, is there someone there, either yourself or someone at your immediate direction, that takes photographs of this process?
No, I take the photographs.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking the photographs?
So we take photographs on every postmortem examination or autopsy. There's standard photographs we do for every case, and then in some cases they may require additional photographs, essentially documenting with photographic evidence any of your findings.
And do the photographs that you have, are they given specific monikers as far as the name of the photograph itself that are unique, at least within that case, so that there's no mix-up, two things have the same name?
So any decedent that is examined in our office is given what we call a unique identifying number. It always starts with IFS and the year that the autopsy is performed. And so all of the photographs pertaining to this decedent will be labeled with that IFS number.
And approximately, if you know, how many photographs were taken in this case? Yeah.
I don't know the exact number.
Prior to court, though, I think I showed you approximately 38 of the total number of photographs that were taken by you during this autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion as to whether it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony to, maybe not here in court today, but at some point have an opportunity to view those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, the reason we're doing it this way is to avoid unintentionally displaying photographs that we do not at this time intend to display.
Okay.
So each of the photographs that I'm going to ask you about has been covered with a slip cover, so that if I ask you about it, you're going to have to slide the slip cover or the photograph up, but just if you be careful not to display it unintentionally.
Sure.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask you to look at these. Have you seen prior to court today a what I would call a contact sheet that has the different state's exhibit numbers that go with the different photographs in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you that. I'm not offering it into evidence, but would aid in your going through these
Okay.
to be able to see that.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry, let's mark that, and we'll admit it as a record purpose.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we spoke about that before we came back, and that's no objection.
Okay.
If we add that to the record,
Okay.
And that would be, I believe, 286 for purposes of the record. Thank you. I put it here on the top right corner, the court reporter wants me to put it on the bottom right, but I didn't want to cover anything up. So if you would use this during your
Thank you.
testimony.
You offer 286 for the record.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
no, Your Honor, as long as it's not going to be admitted or not.
Okay. 286 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Regarding the autopsy of Athen Strand, can you tell us how does she come to the medical examiner's office, in what state?
So, are you talking about when we actually are you asking for my observation when we initially opened the body bag and my initial view of the body?
Well, I mean, let's talk about the body bag first of all.
Okay.
What is the body bag?
So, decedents are typically transferred to and from our facility within a plastic pouch that is a body bag, just so you can maintain privacy and they can be transferred in and out of the facility discreetly
Okay.
and preserve evidence.
And if there's any additional debris, fibers, other things that have come off of the body, is it also to help preserve those things?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go about the process of, is there some type of a procedure that is done even before the body is removed from the body bag?
Yes. So let me also backtrack. We work with, when I do an autopsy, I work with an autopsy technician, and we work side by side. So they are ultimately the ones that will go and retrieve the body from our cooler. In addition, before the autopsy, they can do a postmortem x-ray, which is just like what you're familiar with from a hospital. And we're just looking for any potential foreign material that we would want to collect, any evidentiary items. And then the body is brought to the autopsy station. And then we break the seal, open the body bag, and I will document the condition of the body with photographs. We typically refer to those as is photographs, because it's before we do anything to the body.
And were those things done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not there were any foreign objects that were identified as part of the X-ray?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the body itself, you said that you took some as-is photographs, and I would ask you to refer in your book there to, and if you need to remove those from that book to be more discreet, however you need to do it, it's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
But State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, could you personally look at those and tell me if those are the as-is photographs that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to go through this process in a way where, rather than displaying them, I'm going to just ask you to describe
Sure.
what you're seeing for purposes of the record. And that way, if there's any question about it later, they can refer back to your testimony.
Okay.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, the as-is photographs, would you please describe what you're looking at in those photographs?
So there are two of them, because one is the upper half of her body, including her head and face, and then the second one is the lower half of her body, including her legs and feet. And so basically how I received her is that she is naked, there's no clothing, and both of her hands are covered with brown paper bags, as I referred to previously, that are actually secured around her wrists with tape. And then her body was covered with kind of a brownish dirt silt appearance, and there was also fragments of vegetation within the body bag and within her scalp hair.
And just for understanding for the jury, when you take the photograph, is there anything that is covered up on the body as you are taking the photograph?
No.
Okay. Those documents, though, State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, have certain portions of that photograph been covered just for discretion's sake.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's go ahead. We're going to look at your autopsy report, and I think we can do this without the light off. The first thing you do is the external examination. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just kind of describe in general terms what is involved in the external examination?
So the external examination is also standard process for any postmortem examination. And I always describe it as I start on one side of the body, say a foot, work my way up the entire side of that body to the head, and then to the opposite side of the body. And what I'm looking for is evidence of natural disease, evidence of trauma, any potentially identifying features like hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, etc. Lots of different things. And once I'm done kind of looking at, and then lastly we will roll the body so that I can see the back of the body. And then once that's complete, that's the end of the external examination.
And as part of this external examination, do you photograph the body both before and after it is, I guess for lack of a better word, cleaned?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, once the as-is photographs are taken, what happens next?
So once the as-is photographs are taken, we would collect trace evidence, if, again, depending on the type of case, but you would not want to do that after you clean the body. So we'll collect any trace evidence, and then fingerprint the body, and then we will clean the body. And that way you remove any clothing, any evidence of medical intervention, any dirt, blood, etc., so that you can see the body in its entirety.
Now, I noticed in your report, and I believe we're still on page 1, that you talked about the hair being wet.
Yes, sir.
Was that from it being clean or something else?
No, it was received that way.
And commonly in an autopsy, if the person had been wearing clothes at the time that they were deceased, what would you receive? Just the body or something else?
If they had clothing on at the time that they were pronounced, the clothing would still be on the body, or clothing that may be with the body come with the body.
And was any clothing brought to you with the body of Athen Strand?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the evidence of the body itself, can you just kind of give us, you weighed the body,
Yes, sir.
right? What was the weight of this little girl?
The weight is 67 pounds.
And what was the height or measurement?
52 inches.
In layman's terms, or feet and inches? I
Oh,
don't
man,
know.
make me do math. I'm showing my Tarrant County son. I'm just kidding. So 60 inches is 5 feet, so she's 8 inches below that, so that's,
4 feet, 4 inches?
sounds good, yes. I'm so embarrassed.
That's all right. I think the judge would say you did go to Texas A&M. So.
Oh, no.
So did I.
Oh.
With regard to, so Athena's 67 pounds, 4 feet, 4 inches, is that correct? And what was some of the observations that you made during the external examination of Athena's body?
So I already mentioned that she was received naked, no clothing received with the body. There's no jewelry on the body. In addition, like I said, the surfaces of the body were covered with brown dirt or silt, and there was fragments of brown vegetation within the scalp hair and on the surfaces of her body. She also had what we call pruning or washerwoman changes in the skin of her hands and feet. Other than that, she had some evidence of injury, which is much more extensive than just what I'm describing.
And let's talk about that. Not specifically what the injuries are at this point, but when you open the body bag and you see the body of this little girl, describe for the jury sort of where you're seeing the injuries on her body, just from first look.
My initial impression, the first thing I thought is that she is completely congested from the neck up, meaning that it's much darker due to blood kind of being in that area of the body. Trying to think of a better way to describe congested, but it was just, you could tell that there was something going on in the head and neck area. That's before we even cleaned the body.
And congestion, is that related? It's hard. I want to kind of give a lay person's understanding what that means.
It's the best way to describe it is blood's backed up in the vasculature.
And I'm not sure I understand anymore, but what's vasculature?
So all the blood vessels that circulate blood throughout your body are the vasculature system. So it's arteries, veins, and connecting those two are capillaries.
And is that something that you see in certain types of deaths versus others?
Yes?
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Well, let me say congestion on its own as an isolated finding can be nonspecific. And you can see it in sudden cardiac deaths. You can see it in drownings. You can see it in asphyxial type deaths. So it's nondescript on its own, but a constellation of findings can be more helpful when you're making a diagnosis.
And when you're saying a constellation of findings, are you talking about the overall findings taken together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once she was cleaned up, could you still see this congestion, the blood near the skin, from her basically mid-chest to the top of her head?
Yes, sir.
And would the fact, I guess I have to frame it to you in a hypothetical situation, if a person had received injuries close to the time of their death and then was immediately put in a cooler type situation, either a colder body of water or a cooler like you have in your laboratory, would that essentially sort of
Objection, Your Honor, we
What would that do? Sorry.
If your objection leading is overruled based on the last statement.
So if I'm repeating your question,
Yes.
would, if someone had those findings and then died, would they be altered by being put into a cooler?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Would it slow the normal rate of something that might change the appearance over time?
So the coolness of the cooler is to preserve the condition of the body by decreasing the rate of decomposition. That's just a known fact that decomposition slows when it's cold.
So if a body were put into a colder body of water in November, would that also help slow the rate of decomposition?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the body of Athen Strand, we're talking about the external examination. Were there further, go to the next page. This is the page 2 of State's Exhibit number 274. You kind of went on to describe some more of her findings in the external examination.
Yes, sir.
And I don't necessarily feel like you have to read every word, but if you would give it sort of a synopsis and then maybe also explain as best you can in layperson's terms so we can understand it as well.
Sure. Just starting from the top.
Yes.
So basically, I even mentioned that the head and face exhibit trauma. There's generalized congestion of the head and face, which I just mentioned. I note that her hair is blonde and it's wavy and it's long and that it's damp. And then her eyes are green in color. When you look at the whites of her eyes and the lining of her eyes, you see florid petechial hemorrhages, which are florid just means they're everywhere. Petechial hemorrhages specifically refer to these tiny pinpoint hemorrhages that you see throughout the eyes. Let's see. She has, her teeth are kind of a mixture of what we call deciduous teeth and erupting adult teeth, which is appropriate for a 7-year-old. The neck has trauma, the chest is trauma. I did not appreciate any trauma on her vagina or within her vagina. The vaginal hymen is present and it's intact. I did examine her anus. She had some fecal material on the perianal skin, but I did not see any trauma to her anus. And then her extremities, so the arms and the legs, also showed trauma. Her fingernails are all intact, but the fingernails themselves are dirty. The toenails are also short and dirty. The soles of her feet are dirty, but otherwise unremarkable. And then the back has trauma.
So let's talk a little bit as we go through this, because there are some photographs, I believe, that correspond to some of these things. Specifically, State's Exhibit number 235, could you examine that and tell me what you see in that photograph? $235.
Sorry, I kind of juggled this. Yes, sir.
If you just give a brief description of what's shown in that photograph.
So a standard photograph that we take on all of our postmortem examinations is what we call an identification photograph. So it will be a picture of the decedent's face with a number placard with that IFS number, the unique identifying number for that decedent.
And on that placard, if you use that as a cutoff in the picture, meaning you can see what's below and what's above it, do you see a marked difference between what is displayed above that placard from her mid-chest up than what's below that placard?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that difference is?
So again, you can still appreciate the congestion in her head and face, and you can see multiple types of blunt force injuries essentially from the middle of her upper chest to the top of her head.
And going on to look at, there's a series of them. I believe it's 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, and 241. Do those show her eyes on both sides of her face?
Yes, sir.
And you described, I believe what you referred to as florid petechial hemorrhages. We're not going to be showing these to the jury at this point, so can you kind of describe, as you're looking at the photograph itself, whichever photographs you think best shows it, identify that photograph and describe what you see there as the florid petechial hemorrhages.
Sorry, let me. So in State's Exhibit 236 and 238, they are photographs of the right eye showing petechial hemorrhages in the whites of the eye, which is called the sclera, and within the lining of the eyes, which is called the conjunctiva. And then same for State's Exhibit 239 and 241.
And what is the significance or possible significance of finding these florid petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, such as in the case of the Venus Strand?
Again, as an isolated finding, can be very nonspecific. You can see them in different types of deaths. Sometimes sudden cardiac death, you can have those. Sometimes depending on what position that you die in, you can see those. So as an isolated finding, petechial hemorrhages are not diagnostic, but again, taken into constellation of findings can be.
And taken into the constellation of findings in this case, was that significant to you?
Yes,
In what way?
because it wasn't just petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, it was her entire face, basically her entire head, with all of that congestion. So it implies that blood is pooling in that region of the head.
And what are the possible causes of that kind of blood pooling in those regions of the head?
So my big concern was that there was an asphyxial component to this death.
And you say asphyxial component, can you explain that to the jury?
Asphyxia is a fancy word. It's a mechanism for how somebody can die, and there's different types of asphyxial deaths, because you don't just spontaneously asphyxiate. There needs to be an explanation for why it occurred. But basically it means that the body is starved of oxygen. Either the blood supply is cut off or not able to supply blood, especially to the brain or the airway, or the person is not able to actually breathe and get that oxygen into the body. So examples of asphyxial death: smothering, strangulation, mechanical asphyxia, chemical asphyxia, carbon monoxide is an example, but that's an overview of asphyxia.
Understood. So you said smothering and strangulation are one of the possible
Two
signs.
possibilities.
Two possibilities of asphyxia.
Yes,
So, and you understand that in this particular case, that the defendant, Tanner Horn, has pled guilty to the offense that he was charged with.
yes, sir.
And that was by causing the death of Athen Strand by smothering and or strangling and or asphyxiating Athen Strand with his hands, his feet, or his body.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense, given the finding that you're describing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition, do you, first of all, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma? Or strangling and smothering and strangulation?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we have that question clarified?
The question was, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma or strangling and smuggling
Strangulation.
Okay. If I can,
and strangulation?
strangulation and smothering, are those a type of blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma would indicate that the body comes in contact with a blunt object. That could fall, those both could fall under the umbrella of blunt force injuries.
So, in addition to that type of blunt force trauma, if you see other indications of blunt force trauma?
Yes, sir.
Can you just from the opening photographs, kind of describe what you're seeing that indicates to you that there was other blunt force trauma?
So types of blunt force trauma, would be as something as superficial as what we call an abrasion or a scrape. You know, it's a friction injury on the surface of the skin. Or it could go deeper to where you have an impact and you actually break the vasculature under the skin, and now you have a contusion, also known as a bruise. Or it could go so far as the blunt object overcomes the elasticity of the skin to where now you've got it creates a gash, or what we call a laceration. So abrasions, contusions, and lacerations are all examples of blunt force injuries. What I saw on the decedent was a mixture of abrasions and contusions. I did not see any lacerations on the skin.
But it had both the abrasions, which are what you described at a more skin level, is that correct?
Yes,
And then the contusions, which are deeper into the musculature of the body, is that right?
yes, under the skin. So it would be what we call the subcutaneous soft tissues or the muscles, all of the above.
All right. So let's go on here. Before you go into the actual evidence of injuries, do you note any potential scars, things like that on the body so that you can distinguish that from the injuries themselves?
Yes,
And as part of your bench notes that you keep, do you have a diagram related to potential scars or other things?
yes.
And what is the purpose of doing that prior to documenting, or I don't know if you do it prior to or after, what order? do you
No,
do?
same time. I just, for organization purposes, I don't like to have too much messy writing all on the same page. So this is what I do for all of my cases. I have a separate page for like the potentially identifying features, hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, etc. And then I do a separate page for any evidence of injury. But they're done concomitantly
All right. That's a big word. What does that mean?
at the same time.
At the same time. All right, thank you. With regard to, once you've done that, were there any major scarring or other injuries, evidence of prior injuries on the body of Athen Strand?
She just kind of has some scattered scars. I think somewhere on the extremities, on the abdomen, but nothing specific.
Anything unusual for a active, precocious 7-year-old girl?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the evidence of injuries, let's start talking about that. You talk in your report on the bottom of page 2, you begin with what you call blunt force injuries. Can you distinguish, just as far as terminology, what the difference is between blunt force injuries and some other types of injuries?
So I described previously that a blunt force injury is when the body comes in contact with a blunt object. Contrast to that would be sharp force injuries, where the body comes in contact with a sharp object like a knife or scissors, a razor blade, etc. Those are a different pattern of injuries. We do not have those here, but just to contrast it with blunt force injuries.
Thank you. Now, when you are beginning to document the blunt force injuries on the body of Athen Strand, do you start in a certain area and go other areas after that?
Yes, it's my convention. I like to start with the head and neck, and then I'll move to the trunk and then the extremities. But that's just my convention.
Okay. And is that something that you do on every autopsy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about the head and the neck of Athen Strand.
Okay?
Because that's the order that is in your autopsy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to kind of give your basic findings, and if you need to, we're going to talk about some of the photographs that go with those in a moment, but if you need to stop and explain a word, because we know we all won't understand it, if you do that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So I'm just going to kind of read what I have written here, but for the head and neck area, so starting with on the forehead, there's a 1.5 inch focus of patterned abrasions that are on the right side of her forehead. So they're abrasions because they're a superficial injury of the skin, but they have this zigzag, almost like a tread-like pattern on the right side of her forehead. And then she also has a 3/4 inch contusion on the middle of her forehead. She has a 3/4 inch contusion above the lateral aspect of her left eyebrow. She has more of those patterned abrasions, the zigzag pattern abrasions and abraded contusions that actually go across both of her eye areas, across the entire nose, from the root to the bulb. This is the bulb of the nose for me. And also across her mid-face, including the cheeks, the philtrum, which is the space between the nose and the upper lip, and she even has it a little bit on her upper lip as well. She also has a 2 by 2 inches abraded contusion on the right temple area of her face. She has a linear abrasion that's 1 1/4 inches just below her left eye. She has a 1/2 inch pale blue contusion of the left cheek that is just anterior to her left ear. She also has a small contusion, it's a 1/4 inch, that's on the helix of her ear, which is the loopy part of your ear. And she has a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear. And then she also has a red contusion just posterior to her left ear, kind of in this area. She has a 3/8 inch contusion of the lower left cheek. She has a small contusion, it's 1/8 of an inch on the right side of her upper lip. When you actually pull up the upper lip and you see this flap of skin that connects the lip to the gums, that's called the frenulum. Just left of that, she's got another contusion of her gums in that area, and that's 1/2 inch. She has a very small superficial laceration on the interior of the left side of her lower lip. That's 1/16 of an inch. And then she also has, I'm just going to be real, instead of being descriptive, she has what look like bite marks. It's really a curvilinear series of lacerations that correspond with her upper teeth. She has bite marks on the surface of her tongue. There is a 1 inch linear abrasion on the submental region of her head that's under the chin. She's got a contusion of the right side of the submental region of her head. And then she has a 1/2 inch focus and then a larger 1 1/2 inch focus where the skin is kind of a discolored gray-brown. And that also had a pattern of abrasions that is different than the zigzag pattern I was seeing on her face. This pattern is square and it looks more like a grate or like a mesh pattern, and that's on the left side of her jaw. She also has more of those zigzag tread-like pattern abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of her neck and the middle of her upper chest. And then she has a 1 3/4 inches linear abraded contusion of the lateral aspect of the right side of her lower neck. And then on the back of her neck, she has a little focus. It's a 3/8 inch abraded contusion, but there's more of those floor petechial hemorrhages that you can even see on the back of her neck.
All right, that's a whole lot.
Yes, sir.
Was there any area on her head, neck, shoulders, face, back of her head, top of her head, back of her back, top of her chest, shoulders, that did not have some evidence of injuries?
All of those areas had injury.
And can you render an opinion as to whether those came from one blow or more than one blow?
No, that would be indicative of multiple impact.
And I don't know if you took the time to go through and count how many times that she would have had to be impacted to have the kind of injuries that you saw. But do you have some number in mind?
Multiple.
Would you say you saw 10 injuries, more than 10 injuries?
That's an answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, so we're going on to the next. Well, let's talk about the photographs first, okay, with regard to these injuries. State's Exhibit number 242 and 243. What area of injuries are we looking at in those two photographs?
I'm sorry, you started with State's Exhibit 242 and ended where?
And 243. Just
Just those two. State's Exhibit 242 is a photograph documenting the injuries on the forehead that I just described. State's Exhibit 243 is also injuries on the forehead that I just described.
And to those particular injuries, you said that they had some type of pattern to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what you're looking at there as best you can for the jury?
Just how I said it, it's a kind of a zigzag pattern. It almost looks like tread of some sort.
And in those photographs, as well as State's Exhibit number 245, do you have, I guess this is true in all your photographs, do you have some type of measuring device in the photograph so that you can give a reference when you're looking at it as to how big or small those tread patterns are?
Yes, so all of these photographs have a sticker that has a 1-inch scale on it, also with a unique identifying number for the decedent, so that when the sticker is right underneath the area that you're documenting, you can have an idea of the size.
And I asked you before, of the photographs that we have available to us, was there one particular photograph that you felt like could best show this tread pattern that you are referring to?
I mean, there's several, if you want a close-up or if you want a more global.
But one that has the measuring device close in proximity so that you're able to see it well.
Yes,
And which number is that?
State's Exhibit 245.
Okay. And so if you just take that one out of the notebook and just set it to the side, if you would. Not the
Just the
picture
page.
itself, the whole page. We'll leave that for now.
Okay.
And I'll come back to it in a little while. Now I want you to talk about well, first of all, what does State's Exhibit number 245, what part of her body does that show, and what do you see as to describe it to the jury?
It's primarily her face, and there is the sticker I was just talking about with the scale. It's just under her lower lip, so you can just see all of the injuries that I previously described that are on her face.
And this tread pattern that you're observing, did it appear to be like one single placement of that tread pattern or more than one?
More than one.
Okay. And is there a difference in your opinion to stomping injuries versus pressing injuries?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
So in my opinion, it would be stomping is with the foot, but has force to it, whereas pressing, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be the foot, but pressing means it's just held against the surface of the body, not with any sort of force.
Well, I'm trying to determine, you say not with any sort of force, does it take some force?
Some degree of force, correct.
In order for these injuries to be visible?
Yes.
Okay. But would you expect other associated injuries if it were stomping versus pressing?
Yes.
And what would those associated injuries be?
I mean, I would think that especially if it was on the face, you have a lot of delicate bones that are in the face, so I would expect there to be some fracturing with a stomping injury.
Are these injuries considered by you to be abrasions or contusions or mixture?
Mixture.
Okay. And kind of explain, as you're looking at it, where do you see abrasions, where do you see contusions? On this photograph, State.
On this photograph. So on State's Exhibit 45, again, it's all of those types of injuries that you see primarily just in the face area, the forehead, the nose, both eye areas, cheeks, and even the lips.
Where's there associated damage? You think contusions goes into the musculature.
Yes.
Is there contusions associated with these injuries in her face itself?
Not from this picture. She had some contusions that's not true. She had some on her forehead. She had one on the lower left cheek area, on her right lip, and then also under the chin.
With regard to, so let's go on to State's Exhibit number 246 and 247. 246, 247, could you describe what those are?
These are both photographs of the right side of her head. 246 is kind of further away. 247 is more up close. And you can see the blunt force injuries I described previously that are on the right side of her head.
And on the right side of her face, as well as on the front of her face, did she have this same tread pattern that you can see in the photographs?
Yes.
Now going on to State's Exhibit number 248, and I believe this, we've already looked at 244, but 248, does that show the other side of her face?
State's Exhibit 248 is the left side of her face.
And then I think it was 244, which is that also the left side?
That's the left side of her head, so you can kind of see it's further away than 248, which is more up close to the left side of her face.
And you described some of the contusions, I think, were on that side of her face.
Yes, sir.
And for a contusion rather than abrasion, is it more or less force that is generally needed to cause a contusion versus an abrasion?
More.
Okay. Now, on that same side of her face, you described, and I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit number 249, you described something around or associated with her left ear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you describe what that is?
So she had let me find it in my report.
I believe it's
Sorry.
referring to your report.
Yes,
for
okay,
purposes.
here it is. She had contusions measuring up to a 1/4 inch on the helix of the ear, which I said is the top of the ear here. And she had a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear, in addition to a contusion on the part of the head that's behind the left ear.
And you talked about a pale blue contusion on her lower left cheek.
Yes,
Where is that specifically, like if you point out in your own body?
here.
Okay. And associated with that injury, was there a different type of pattern that you could observe?
So the other area where the skin was kind of discolored and also had this square focus of pattern abrasions is on the left side of her jaw, kind of in this area.
Understood. Now, let's talk about her mouth. You talked about a contusion on her upper lip, I believe.
Yes.
And if you're looking at State's Exhibit number 251, is that displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us, for purposes for the jury, what about that you noted that on her upper lip?
That it's all I noted is it's a 1/8 inch contusion of the right side of her upper lip, right here.
When people get fat lips, for various reasons, but this one, did it have a markings associated with it other than swelling, or is
No, sir, just discoloration. That looks like a bruise.
discoloration? I guess that's what, when I say markings, that's what I mean by discoloration is your word. Okay, you talked about some of the things on the inside of the mouth. And we have some photographs, just for purposes of the record. I'm not going to ask you to look at all of them, but I'm referring you to State's Exhibit 253 and State's Exhibit 253. You noted some injuries that were inside of her mouth, I believe.
Yes.
Can you describe those, please?
State's Exhibit 252 is a picture of the lower lip pulled down so that you can see the line of her gums or gingiva, and you can see that there are some petechial hemorrhages within the gum line. 253 is a picture of her upper lip pulled up, so that, again, you can see there's even petechial contusions there, and, petechial hemorrhages there, and there is a contusion on the left side at the gum line.
So up inside of her mouth, where the gums basically go up and then come back
Meet
down.
the cheek, essentially.
Cheek to the gums, is
Yes.
that right?
And then State's Exhibit 254 is another picture of her lower lip pulled down, and you can see that there is this small laceration, so it's an actual small gash, but it's 1/16 of an inch, so it's small, but it's of the mucosa or the surface of the left side of the inside of her lower lip.
And was that consistent with some type of mechanism causing that injury that you?
It's in
See,
proximity.
Overruled.
What do you believe caused that or could have caused it?
That laceration is in proximity to one of her mandibular teeth, so it's possible that that's from impact with the tooth.
Okay. Now, you also described a moment ago some biting injuries. Where were those located?
So those are on the surface of the tongue. So if you stick your tongue out, just right on the top, and it's a curvilinear pattern of these kind of spaced out lacerations that are consistent with teeth marks.
And we don't have a photograph in evidence of this, but it is, can you describe what you did in order to determine the depth and the extent of those injuries?
Yes. So part of the autopsy for everybody, we actually will remove the neck organs, including the tongue. And so when that occurred, I could see the bite marks, and if you actually dissected down into the musculature of the tongue, there was even some hemorrhage right underneath those lacerations. So they're real injuries. The body reacted to them.
So, and we probably would go into this at some point, but is there a way that you can tell if somebody is still alive when they receive an injury versus already deceased?
So with antemortem injuries, so before the person is dead, I mean, you're probably familiar with this. When you get a scrape, your body reacts to it and it becomes red. But in the postmortem period, the body's not reacting to it anymore, and so it takes on a more dried, kind of tan brown appearance because there's no vital reaction to it. So you can tell if an injury is sustained antemortem or if it's postmortem.
An antemortem, what does that mean?
Before death.
And so, because there's bleeding associated with it.
Correct.
Right? Is that the type of injury that you saw on her tongue?
Yes.
That there was bleeding associated?
Yes.
And you talked about the hemorrhage that took place associated with this injury. Would that take some type of force of her biting down on her own tongue for that to occur?
That's possible.
Okay. Well, you said teeth marks. Did it look like it was somebody else's teeth marks?
No.
Right, so it would have been her own,
Yes.
clamping down on her own tongue. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, with regard to going on to, I guess, down the neck a little bit, you, looking at page 3, good point. Every injury we've talked about so far, those are those, of those classifications, antemortem versus postmortem. Can you tell us what those injuries are?
Antemortem.
So prior to death.
Yes.
All of those blows
Yes.
on her head, her face, her shoulders, her neck, back of her head, top of her head, all occurred antemortem. Is that right?
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, or for the jury, does that mean while she was still alive?
Yes.
Looking at page 3, you're still going on the head and neck area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So at one point on that, you say there is a 1-inch abrasion on the middle of the submental region of the head, and then you, in parentheses, under the chin. And there's a red abraded contusion on the right side of the submental region of the head. Can you just explain what submental is?
So this area directly under the chin. So not quite neck, but it's just this particular area.
And can you look at State's Exhibit number 256?
Yes.
And is that to display the injury we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe for the jury what you're looking at, please?
So this picture is of directly under the chin, the submental region of the head. The little marker with the case number and the scale is right underneath it. And what you can see is that 1-inch linear abrasion that's on the middle, and then you've got an abraded contusion right next to it on the right side.
And then, we already talked about 250, you said there was a pattern abrasion on her left lower jaw line, is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Different than the zigzag pattern.
Yes, sir.
Going on, you stated there is a diffuse band-like distribution of zigzag tread-like pattern of braided contusions extending across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, or in layman's terms, explain what that means?
So the same kind of zigzag tread-like patterns that I described on the face, you can also see across the anterior aspect of the neck and even just into the upper aspect of the middle of her chest.
And are those something that is difficult to see, or is it something that is plainly apparent to you?
It's pretty obvious to me, yes.
Okay. And those injuries, if you're looking at 257, 258, there is no 259, and then 260. If you look at those and tell me whether or not those fairly and accurately represent that injury that you just described.
Did you say 260 as well, or just 250?
Yes, 257, 258, and 260.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 260, do you see a little bit more defined area on part of that photograph that is not necessarily part of the zigzag pattern, but is something that you noted?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So this picture, you can see the zigzag pattern across her anterior aspect of her neck and middle of the upper chest, and then there's also what looks like a contusion kind of right here at the, kind of at the base of the right side of her neck, almost the anterior aspect of her right shoulder.
Is it, and when you say contusion, is that something that you then, during your internal examination, determined that that was below surface level?
Yes.
Okay. And were there other contusions across her neck and neck and chest area, clavicle, that were different from the zigzag patterns?
Just that they weren't patterned, but you had abraded contusions, abrasions, contusions, all in that area, yes.
And abraded contusion, what does that mean?
It's kind of a mixture of both an abrasion and contusion.
Okay, I got you. Now I understand. I'm thinking of like hair braids, so it's abraded.
Abraded.
It's an abrasion
Yeah,
slash.
abrasion. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Understand. So let's talk about. We're still on the head and neck. Let's talk about the back of her body.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed on the back during your external examination. What did you observe on the back of her head, neck, shoulder areas?
Well, I already mentioned that the back of her neck, you could see a 3/8-inch abraded contusion, and also you had more of those petechial hemorrhages. But then on the back, you have a mixture of contusions and abraded contusions, and then you also have these area of confluent abrasions that actually have a different appearance than everything else. They have a more post-mortem appearance.
Okay, so there, on the back itself, there was some antemortem
And post-mortem.
and postmortem. Okay. And for those injuries to occur, would there have had to been some type of force? I'm talking about the post-mortem ones.
Mm-hmm.
Some type of force or contact with the skin post-mortem that would have caused those.
So, because it's an abrasion, because it's on the skin only, it's like a friction injury by definition.
So if you're dragging something, a body that is already deceased, is it possible that
Action leading.
Don't lead your witness.
what are your opinions about the, whether or not dragging a body that is already deceased might be able to cause those type of injuries?
That's one possibility.
You talked about a palpable hematoma within the soft tissues of the face.
Yes.
But no fractures. Kind of talk to us about that.
So you could feel in some of those areas with contusion that there was some fullness in the skin underneath it. So again, just suggesting that either there's edema or swelling or blood in underneath some of those injuries. But I did not appreciate palpably or even on x-ray any fractures of her facial bones or her skull for that matter.
Given the amount of external injuries, was that surprising to you?
I don't make assumptions.
Understood. And yeah, I don't want you to make assumptions either. With regard to, is it common though that sometimes you might see fractures associated with these type of injuries?
I've seen it both ways.
Okay. You did note that this was no evidence of stomping injuries, is that right?
I would never call it a stomping injury, but I don't see any fractures, both palpably or on the x-ray of her facial bones or skull.
So, but they would be consistent with this pressing we talked about?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, let's talk about the trunk. Going on, where do you, when you talk about the trunk in your autopsy, what are you referring to?
So I'm referring to the region of the body that includes the chest, the abdomen, and the back. So kind of the central part of the body.
Okay. And can you just briefly kind of tell us what evidence of injury you saw on her trunk area?
So some we've actually already covered. She had the same patterned braided contusions that looked kind of zigzag or tread-like across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. She had an abraded contusion that was 1.5 inches of the just kind of overlying the right clavicle bone in this area. She had a 3 by 1 inches focus of band-like, so similar to a band, abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of the left shoulder. She had a cluster of petechial-type hemorrhages or abraded contusions on the left side of the chest, just medial of the left nipple, so kind of in this area. She had a 3/8-inch contusion and a 3/4 inch linear abrasion on the lateral aspect of the left side of the chest. She had a 3/8-inch pale blue contusion of the anterior aspect of her right hip. She had multiple red contusions measuring up to 3/4 inch on the middle of her upper back. And then she had these areas of kind of that tan brown confluent abrasions across the back. They were slightly more so on the right than the left side of the back. And she also had them on the posterior aspect of her right upper arm and her right elbow. And then she had more contusions on the left side of her upper back, abrasions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the left side of her upper back, a 1-inch abrasion on the right side of her upper back, and then a cluster of petechial type hemorrhages on the left side of her back, and then more abrasions on the middle and lower back. And then she also had a cluster of contusions that were measured up to 1/4 inch, so pretty small, but they're on the right buttock.
I'm not going to take the time to go in great depth about what injuries she had on her extremities, but did she have injuries on her extremities?
Yes, sir.
That were associated with, or would have been consistent with occurring during the same time as these other injuries?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And is there any area of her body, other than potentially her right arm, that did not have evidence of injuries?
No.
Those photographs that we're referring to as far as the trunk goes, if you look at 260, I think we've already talked about that, but look at 264, 265, did those show some of those injuries?
You said 260 to 265?
Just 260, 264, 265 are the two that I'm wanting to look at right now.
Yes, sir.
And I want to specifically ask you what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 265.
So in 265, it's a picture of her entire back, again with the small tag that has the unique identifying number for her and the scale. And you can see kind of the multiple abrasions and contusions that I described on the back, including those areas of confluent abrasions that kind of have a different tan brown color to them that I think are postmortem.
So some were ante-mortem and some were post-mortem? is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
And is it hard to fall down or whatever, if you bump up against something, is there going to generally be one particular place where it comes and impacts your body? Something, unless it has multiple impact points on it.
Actually leading your eye.
Sustained.
You understand what I'm asking you?
Let me rule on the objection. Your objection is sustained and lead the witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to the number of injury, or number of points of force used just on the back, do you see, can you give an estimate of, just looking at it, how many there might have been?
I would just say multiple impact sites.
Okay. And these type of injuries that were on her back, are they the type of injuries that have what you would consider contusions that go into the musculature?
There's both abrasions and contusions, yes.
Are there multiple contusions as well?
Yes, sir.
You're right. You want to approach real quick? So looking at the rest of your autopsy, right now we're on page 3, looking, continues on to page 4, and you talk about evidence of asphyxia.
Yes.
Okay. Because ultimately, what was your conclusion as to the cause of death in this case?
So the complete statement I made for cause of death, she died as the result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And so are smothering and strangulation a form of asphyxiation?
Both are, yes.
Okay. And so evidence of asphyxia goes to that conclusion, is that right?
Correct.
And so if you would kind of explain for us we've already talked, I think, about the generalized congestion, but other things that went into your opinion that for the evidence of asphyxiation.
Yes. So again, she has generalized congestion of the head and face. She's got petechial hemorrhages in her scalp, in her facial skin, in both of her eyes, in the gingiva, and even on the posterior aspect of her neck. And she also has petechial hemorrhages on the skin behind both ears. And then she also has floor petechial hemorrhages within the skin of the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. And then also, not to forget, she has those patterned abrasions, abraded contusions that go over the middle of her face, including her nose and mouth.
And so what would you call it if you have something where a person's airway is blocked? Is that smothering or strangulation?
Okay, so smothering is with the upper airway, the nose and the mouth being covered. Choking is the airway is occluded by like an object, or just something within the back part of the oral cavity. Strangulation, however, means that there's pressure on the neck, and you have the airway and the vasculature in the neck.
And so let's go a little further than just evidence of asphyxiation, you said with smothering and with strangulation. So let's talk about those two things.
Yes, sir.
What are the evidence of smothering, and what is the evidence of strangulation?
So your evidence of smothering is essentially you have these injuries that go across the nose and the mouth. So that would be supportive of that, in addition to all the features of asphyxia. And then furthermore, for strangulation, that's part of the looking at things internally. I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're not going to show any photographs to the jury of any internal examination, all right? But I do want you to talk about that with regard to how you can tell that there was smothering and or strangulation.
So the smothering I just covered. But for strangulation, there's a specialized dissection that we can perform where we actually look at the musculature of the anterior aspect of the neck, and we look at it layer by layer. And you're looking for evidence of hemorrhage in the musculature. And then in addition to that, you're looking at the cartilaginous structures of the airway. So if you feel here, the windpipe, that's what we're looking at. And sometimes you can see fractures of that in strangulation. But essentially, I did that specialized dissection in this case.
Yes, okay. And and is that part of the evidence that you took into account as far as making your findings?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you, so we had the evidence submitted we've already talked about, and then you talked a little bit more about your internal examination just a moment ago. But let's talk about that just a little bit further, and what other areas did you examine internally that gave you evidence of possible injuries?
That what I just described, the anterior neck dissection that I performed for her.
Understood. But there was also an internal examination of, say, the scalp, the skull.
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And did that show some type of evidence of injury there?
So the scalp, I already mentioned previously that there were no fractures of the skull, but one of the things that we do during the autopsy is we reflect the scalp so that we can look underneath the scalp, and she had multiple points of bleeding underneath the scalp.
And what is it that causes that type of bleeding?
Impact.
Okay. And you said there were multiple points of bleeding under the scalp, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so is it your opinion, what is your opinion based upon that, as far as the number of impacts?
Oh, still multiple.
Okay.
Okay, let's stop for lunch, okay? We will start back up at 5 after 1, or close to it. See you now.
They took it. We'll go downstairs. Yeah, please. I forgot he didn't bring his phone in. Nope.
Well, no, she came down.
Oh, probably.
No. And had, let's see. That was taken the day before she started her chemo. And so she started chemo October 5th, which happened within my father's 70th birthday.
All these days, all work together.
So then she was gone within months. It was just skin cancer. But,
Which means that the skin's already.
yeah, but it was malignant melanoma.
Okay. Yeah.
And she thought that they did a little biopsy on her shoulder and thought they got it all. And she was ended up with a neck.
That's not okay. This is really where.
There she is.
This is a cardiac radiation. That's on. We gave her a present and came out there this one show. Started on that, so her hair had come back, but it came back really gray, really mad about it. She hated that action. Because she didn't want me ready. So,
And my mom was always blonde, but when she lost her hair, she lost the blonde and she had a fine set of red hair underneath it. So because nobody could understand how I got my coloring and.
so now we do.
I tell you, it was weird because when we brought her home, it was February the 26th.
You do hospice?
Yeah.
Or you get to?
And there was, she sat, she always motoring, so she sat in the little nook that overlooked the front yard. They lived on 12 acres. So they had all these animals there that they had planted a bunch of flowers. The last tour, going over to the day she came home, and she died.
It's always weird how it works like that.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. Well, get this out of the way. What are you going to show?
I mean, I'm just, I'm going on a 5, so I'm just gonna bring it with me.
Got your old caboodle with you?
Look at
Okay.
something.
all right, shall we?
All right, we'll see y'all in a bit. Easier to just grab this than to like.
Oh, that guy?
Y'all gonna let me out or in? Out again?
I lock you out.
I'll leave out. Oh,
Come on.
oh.
No, it's off. It's these two. If these are up, those aren't volumes on. Yes, right here.
Perfect. Got this stuff locked in.
I've been not, you want
Why didn't you do something fucking faithful? Oh, you really did, whatever.
Yeah, do that autopsy, Jesus Christ. You just got more, you right about one thing.
He's right about one thing. You read that, he wrote it on God's man.
Oh, wait, from Martinez.
Test, test, test.
Because he's not gonna get dinner.
Yeah, put them in the fridge.
So that's why I said 4, 2 for lunch, 2 for dinner. Well, now what?
Hey, Judge, earlier today, you went to go, I think you went to the dairy or something, I'm not sure what you went to go do. Oh, you went to get your water bottle. They approached the ditch.
Hey, this volume's still on.
Hold on, don't leave.
Volume's still on.
What does he say? Oh.
It should be on.
I just said test 3 times and Donna said, she heard me say test.
But
test.
it's it should be on.
You put the 2 down?
These two, the main.
Don't say anything, we gotta get that guy back in here.
See out here?
Here's the. They still here? Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's on it, don't I? Let's get out of here.
I gotta show you a picture real quick.
Did we let Carrie out?
Yeah.
I'm gonna lock this. Oh, we gotta get that chain. It's on. That's off too.
Let me go next door. Or do you want to run over there? Find out what are they talking about. I just got a phone call.
We were just talking about his suicide.
They're doing the same mistake. I mean, replaying stuff. I can see. I don't know. See, what happened yesterday, this is what Gabby did. She playing.
Oh, replay?
Replay. This ain't a replay.
Do we have his number?
Make sure they're not.
Hey, David. David.
Send it back over here.
Test, test, test.
There's no audio.
Hear me again.
I'm messing with it. Okay.
I never made it past the third string on basketball.
That's just this one I can turn all the way down.
She says, I'm having fun trying to figure out what's going on. Talk to them. They're not having sex. It's channel 4.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Berry, you may continue. Yes.
Dr. Dwyer, you take that back sheet and take number 7 inside here. And then you have the one you removed, right? Hand me the book. Dr. Dwyer, with regard to these photos that we've been looking at, I'm going to name them off one by one so that we can, you have the contact sheet so you know what's finding them. State's exhibit number 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, and then the one you took out was 245.
Yes, sir.
And that one's still going to be off. So 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, and then skip 255, 256, 257, 258, no exhibit for 259, 260, 261, 262, no exhibit for 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, and 268. Those numbers, which I just read into the record, are each of those, Dr. Dwyer, photographs that were taken by you during the autopsy of Athen Strand on December 3rd, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries that you have been speaking to this jury about?
Yes, sir.
I will offer those numbers, which I just read into the record, into evidence at this time.
Any objections other than those previously given to me?
No additional objection.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's exhibits 231 through 254. State's exhibits 256 to 258. State's exhibits 260 to 262. And State's exhibit 264 to 268 are admitted.
Thank you. Hand these back. Thank you. So at the end, we were talking about, or before lunch, we were talking about evidence of asphyxiation. I believe we've already offered into evidence these different items that were gathered during the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Then you had the internal examination, and you talked about the, what did you call it with regard to the neck, tissues around the neck?
That's a specialized dissection, the anterior neck dissection, which was included in the description for evidence of injury.
Okay. And then you talked about the head. Let me go on to the next page, which is page 5. Tell me about the findings related to the head, if there's any additional findings that are relevant as far as this.
So conventionally, with my autopsy reports and how our office organizes them, all of the evidence of injury will be in a section called evidence of injury. For the internal examination, that will be everything outside of the injury, so what's normal essentially. And I'll refer in certain categories to the C evidence of injury section, but at this point, it's just all of the quote-unquote normal findings.
Gotcha. So those are not things that would indicate any additional injuries other than what you've already described in the earlier part of the autopsy?
No, sir.
So we're going on to page number 6. What are we looking at here, middle of page number 6?
So during the autopsy, we will collect fluids for postmortem toxicology testing that is done in our laboratory at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences. I do not personally perform the tox analysis, but the results of their report will be incorporated into the autopsy report.
And essentially, were there any findings?
Negative for everything.
So going on to page number 7, is this where your findings are summarized?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go through those. Regarding the blunt force injuries, would you just read the letter and then what the finding is into the record for the jury?
So capital letter A are numerous abrasions and contusions of the head, neck, trunk, and extremities, including patterned abrasions and abraded contusions across the midface, anterior neck, and upper chest. Then moving down to capital B, focal lacerations of the lip and tongue mucosa. Capital letter C, acute subscapular hemorrhages. Capital letter D, acute intramuscular hemorrhages within the bilateral temporalis muscles.
Before we go on to that, I want to talk about these subscapular hemorrhages. Was there any, when you're looking at somebody's head, how do you describe the front, the back, the sides?
So we have whenever we're describing injuries in general, we follow what's called the standard anatomic position. So if you picture the standard anatomic position would be you facing me, arms at your side with your hands faced forward. And that's how we determine direction in a standard process. So front of the head would be the forehead, back of the head is the back, and then right and left.
But it would be the person's right, not your right as you're looking.
That's correct.
Was there any of those areas that did not have some type of subscapular hemorrhages?
I would say that there was relative sparing of the right temporal scalp, which is this area. Otherwise, you had subscapular hemorrhages under the frontal scalp, the parietal scalps at the top of the head, and the occipital scalp is the back of the head.
And did those come from one or more than one individual impact?
That would be multiple impacts.
Now, with regard to the evidence of smothering and strangulation, I think we've covered that pretty good so far. Is there anything additional regarding that you bring to the attention of the jury?
No, sir.
And then you have this number 3. What is the number 3 one?
So, again, by convention, we typically will include some circumstantial information to the case. That's usually how we kind of end our findings. And in this instance, I noted per report the decedent was found dead and naked in a river.
And then as far as the ultimate conclusion Would you read that, please?
Based on the case history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that Athen Strand, a 7-year-old white female, died as a result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And then regarding the manner of death,
Homicide.
and can you explain how homicide is different from other types of death?
So I think it's easier to sometimes define what's cause and manner of death. Ultimately, the reason why I'm doing an autopsy is I'm trying to determine why this person is dead, and I'm going to make a conclusion about the cause and manner of death. Cause of death is the injury or the disease that resulted in the person's death. Manner of death tells you how that comes about. So cause of death is free text, it's more wordy typically. Manner of death, you only have 5 options: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Based upon the injuries that you observed on Athen Strand, do you have an opinion as to whether or not she suffered pain and suffering as a result of these injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, be honest with your testimony.
I'll let her answer.
Honestly, yes, I think she did.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit more about a specific picture, that one that we pulled out.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you some other photographs that have already been admitted into evidence. Dr. Goyer, I am going to show you what's been marked as 4 different exhibits. State's Exhibit number 203, State's Exhibit number 204, State's Exhibit number 205, and State's Exhibit number 206. And I want you...
I'm sorry?
Excuse me? Oh. Now, you weren't here when these exhibits were admitted, correct?
No.
But was there some type of a photograph of a shoe that was submitted to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
Yes.
That was contained within the autopsy photos, even though it wasn't taken as part of the autopsy?
That's correct.
And did you have a chance to look at that compared to the potential injuries in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to just use number 206.
Okay.
And I want to just discreetly, if you would, just pull. Can she step down, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Billboard, if you or Ms. Anderson need to move, you're welcome to go over to the jury.
Thank you.
Well,
Dr. Dwyer, I asked you to identify the photographs that were taken during the autopsy, which of the photographs that you felt best represented with scale the tread patterns, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that, this photograph that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 245?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph of a shoe tread pattern that has already been marked marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 206. And just ask you if you were to compare it, I'm not asking you to compare these two, but if you were to compare, do you feel like these would be objects that you would like to look at if you were to compare these?
So, yeah, if I was going to, yes.
Okay. I will ask if I can publish these to the jury.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just want to make sure we're careful that we don't put them in front of anybody but the jury. Thank you. You can read them.
What was that? There was it.
Thank you, sir. May I publish a portion of State's Exhibit number 272?
I'm sorry, 270 what?
272.
Okay.
Page State's Exhibit number 272, this would be page 3, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And is this document, while you were doing it, the injuries that you observed on the face and head of the victim, Athen Strand in this case?
Yes, sir.
And we're taking, it looks like a man in this picture, right?
Right. It's a standard body diagram that we use on our cases.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to go through these again, but these, if you take these in conjunction with the pictures, does it help explain the things that they're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. And so, like you documented a moment ago, you said the right side of the head was free of the subscapular hemorrhages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But there's still evidence of injury on the right side of the head.
Yes, sir.
And then the next page being page 4 of that same document. And does this diagram show all of the different evidence of injuries that are throughout the body of Athen Strand that she suffered in this case?
Yes, everything but the head, because that's on the previous diagram. Yes.
And then this part right here, where it's up and down like that, what does that represent?
Those are the confluent abrasions that appeared postmortem that I described previously that are on the back.
But all the other injuries other than that would be anti-mortem, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, I apologize, I didn't do this before, but I wanted to point out, where you talk about the tread mark patterns here, do you note that here on the nose area?
Yes.
And also over here on the cheek?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Dr. Barr.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming in today. I just want to follow up a couple of things that you have, forgive me if you've already testified to. From your autopsy report, for the external genitalia, you found they were unremarkable,
Correct.
and the anus was also unremarkable,
Yes, sir.
and the perineum was unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
That's the same area, right?
All in the same area. That's the space between, for her, the vagina and the anus. Yes.
Thank you. And you found no trauma to the vaginal labia,
I did not know.
and no trauma within the vaginal wall.
That's correct.
Vaginal hymen was present,
Yes.
intact,
Yes.
and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
There was no trauma within the anus or the perineum skin.
Yes, sir.
And was it you or the autopsy tech collected the sexual activity kit?
The autopsy tech.
And it was at that time during the autopsy.
That's done at the beginning of the autopsy, yes.
Okay.
But I looked before she did the, before she collected.
Yeah, I think you described how you began the autopsy by doing an overall human.
Yes, yes.
You had noted in the autopsy report that her teeth were intact,
Yes.
and there were no fractures within the bishop bones.
Not that I, no, there were not.
The hyoid bone and the laryngeal
Laryngeal?
cartilages were intact and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
You also noted in your autopsy report that there were no broken or missing fingernails,
Correct.
and there were no fractures to the clavicle, ribs, sternum, pelvis, vertebral column.
No,
So you didn't notice any broken bones.
no.
And you are not a footwear insertion analyst.
No.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. What, if any, effect would it have, or do you know, what, if any, effect it would have for a person who was sexually assaulted, if they were unconscious or even deceased? Would the findings be different than they would be if they were conscious?
Okay, so you said conscious or deceased. I mean,
I
conscious
said
is,
unconscious.
unconscious is still not dead though,
Yes.
versus dead. Again, it's kind of back to the same antemortem versus postmortem injuries, in that if you had an injury and there was a lack of vital reaction or inflammation or hemorrhage, you would presume that if it was there and didn't have those qualities, that it would be postmortem. The point is, I didn't see any injuries to her genitalia.
Understood. And just because there's no physical trauma, does that mean that some type of sexual contact or sexual assault could not have taken place?
That's correct. That the lack of injuries does not mean that there's a possibility that sexual assault did or did not occur.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Coe?
No, you're not.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Hang on just a minute, make sure you didn't grab somebody.
No, this is, these are all.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Who do you have next?
Your Honor, I believe that we're going to be looking at Joseph Thomas, but we need to have a hearing outside the presence before we start this witness.
Okay, what did you say the name was?
Joseph Thomas, jail administrator.
Okay. All right, you retire to your jury room, I'll call you right back. All right, everyone may be seated. Let me have the next.
Can I get actual exhibit stickers for these? Okay, I'll try to line that 40 feet, 44, 45. We marked them, but you gave me exhibit stickers, but I put them on the transcripts, not on the actual. So I need new ones.
Oh, so you're gonna tree mark it?
Yeah. So it's 42, 44, 45, 48, 40.
Good afternoon. Shall the court affirm testimony in this cause to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Rules of evidence that affects the cannot be in court, let you testify, and once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Here. You don't want to see this.
Thank you.
287
What did you already
87 through the,
Okay, we just remarked these.
so what are they being?
They're around the 42, 43.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to play the entire?
We also need to let the foundation.
Yeah, we can let. Okay. Can I just approach the witness?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, identify the witness for purposes of the record.
You're under the state calls Joseph Thomas. Who
Okay.
is-
And record will reflect that I have sworn him in to testify truthfully.
Mr. Thomas, first of all, how you were employed? How are you employed?
I'm the jail administrator of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And as the jail administrator, are you also the custodian of records for all jail calls that are captured there at the Wise County Jail when inmates call out or if they have visitations, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to go to look at 5 separate recordings that were to confirm whether or not they were calls, true and correct copies of calls that were recorded at the Wise County Jail on either calls or visitations related to the defendant, in this case, Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And first I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Now, if we can get all the documentation together if we needed to, but as far as when those calls occurred, but if I when you went over those, did you have an opportunity to look at what time it was and make sure that that was one of those calls?
Yes, sir, I did.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 42, was that a call that was made on December the 3rd, 2022, which was the day after Tanner Horner was arrested in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm going to identify by when they were made, and then I'll ask you one question or a couple questions related to all of them. Then on State's 44, was that a call that was made on December the 14th, 2022, I believe about 11:24 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 45, State's Exhibit, is that a call that was made on December the 15th, 2022, approximately 8:31 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit number 48, is that a call that was made on March 15th, 2023 at approximately 12:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 49, is that a call that was made on April the 21st, 2023 at approximately 8:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are each of these calls, as a custodian of record, I think you can answer these questions, are each of these calls made in the regular course of business there at the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
For all inmates?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't say the Sheriff's Office. It's really the Wise County Jail we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And are they also kept, you may have a third-party company that stores them, but are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they made, the time that the recordings are made, is that at or near the time of the matter recorded on those recordings?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, the persons with knowledge of the matters recorded on those recordings, the people who are actually recorded on the recordings themselves?
Yes, sir.
Meaning the caller and the call taker or the visitor, both ends of the visitors. In addition to that, are there some auto notations that are done by the computer as far as the time that's left on the call, a statement that your call is being recorded, it's a warning to that effect?
It depends on the call, but yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's an additional electronic type voice, that's what we're listening to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that all of these calls are between Tanner Horner, and it may be visitations on at least one of the incidents, Tanner Horner and Melissa Horner, his mother, Tanner Horner and Jackie Harbison, his grandmother, or Tanner Horner and Cassie Waite, his girlfriend.
Correct.
Okay. With that, I would offer these into evidence with that understanding, and then play them for the jury.
Okay.
Can I take the witness?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
What is your title, please?
Jail administrator.
Okay, jail administrator, Mr. Thomas. So
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
a sheriff, or is Mr. Thomas okay?
What's that?
I want to make sure that I afford you the respect that you've earned, so are you?
Oh, Mr. Thomas is fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas, you are not able to identify the voices on that recording, are you?
No, I can identify at least one of the voices on recording.
But you can't identify the other voices, can you?
No, ma'am.
You were also, well, let me back up. Wise County Jail contracts with a third party in order to make jail calls available to the inmates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in Wise County's case, do they use Securus or do they use Correct Solutions? What is the third party?
Correct Solutions.
And so all of the recordings are on the Correct Solutions software or through their programs?
I would assume they have a server placed somewhere that they keep the audio on.
And so the person who makes the call pays not Wise County, but this third party, right?
Correct.
And it's the third party that has the actual raw data of those phone calls, correct?
Correct. Which I have access to.
Your Honor, at this time, we would object to these calls coming in on a number of grounds. Number one, he is not the proper custodian of records. For these calls, he stated that while he may have access to them, they actually are serviced by Securus, or in this case, I'm sorry, Correct Solutions. So the custodian of records for these calls, in order to lay the proper foundation, would be Correct Solutions. Second of all, he said that while he might be able to identify one of the voices, he cannot identify the second voice on these calls, therefore making that hearsay. And again, just because, even if it was to come in under a business records exception, the records themselves are subject to the rules of evidence. And in this case, it's hearsay.
Those objections would be overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, I would admit states 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49. You may have a running objection if they're offered and admitted. Anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would also say that if he cannot identify the parties, then I would ask that we have a motion in limine to prevent him from guessing who those third parties might be, and also ask that the state not inform him who those third parties might be.
That's granted. If he can identify the second person, that's fine, but if not, don't give any additional information.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, when we were told that Mr. Thomas would be here, we had asked the state to ask Mr. Thomas to bring us any disciplinary write-ups that Mr. Horner may have had, and I just would like to inquire whether or not he brought those write-ups with him.
He has not received any disciplinaries while in my custody.
Okay.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go. Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach something?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Thomas, would you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm the jail administrator for Wise County Sheriff's Office, the jail division.
And as the jail administrator, are you, do you act as the custodian of records for any type of phone calls that an inmate would make from the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir, I do.
And are there also recordings done when a person has a visitation there at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are these recordings are they made in the regular course of business for each and every phone call that an inmate makes or visitation?
Yes, they are.
And are they kept in the regular course of business through a third-party contractor, therefore the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are they, the recordings themselves, are they made at the time that that the conversation takes place?
Yes, sir.
And are the person with knowledge of the matters that are recorded on those the two people who are having a conversation, either on the phone or in a visitation situation?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to any other voices that you might hear other than those two people that are engaged in the conversation, would those be electronic voices that are generated by the computer system that records?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What would be the other type of voice you might hear besides those two individuals?
You'll hear an automated voice giving you a warning of like a 2-minute warning left. And at the beginning of the phone call, it'll tell them that there's a inmate from Wise County Jail calling them.
And although you may not recognize both sides of the conversation, is there one person for each of these conversations? And I'm showing you specifically recording number 42, recording number 44, or State's Exhibit number 42, State's Exhibit number 44, State's Exhibit number 45, State's Exhibit number 48, and State's Exhibit number 49. Is there one person that is common and that you do recognize your voice on each of those phone calls?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell us who that person is?
Would you like me to address him as what I would call him as inmate?
No,
Okay.
I want you to just tell me his name, please.
Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir. And with regard to that, are these true and accurate recordings of those that were made and kept in the regular course of business at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 42, is that a call that was made on December 3rd, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Same, don't lead your witness.
With regard to, I guess it'll say there's some type of document at the beginning of the recording. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can't tell you for sure if it states the date and time, but it does state the person calling and the location they're calling from.
Okay. All right. Well, I will just offer State's Exhibit 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 in evidence.
Any objections other than those previously announced to the court?
No further objections.
Those are overruled. States Exhibits 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the publishing of these until the second voice can be identified.
Okay. Objections overruled.
For purposes of the record, Your Honor, at this time I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 42.
Hello. Is calling you from Wise County. Press 1 for accepting the call. This call may be monitored or recorded. Yes.
Hi. Hello?
You okay?
Not really.
You want to tell me what happened?
I pulled into this like driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up, and then I hit the slow roll and
This call may be monitored or recorded. Go ahead.
then she was crying. I tried calming her down and it didn't work. And
Okay.
my thoughts were, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my job. Like everything's sort of just.
Okay. We should have called the police, so we should have called the police.
I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What does if your head at first, or one does not well, you're not police, okay? They're not going to look at it that way.
I know.
Please be calm. Don't, be strong with this, okay?
What?
What did you do? What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't get her, like Cassie hasn't even tried calling me up here, like
Yeah, she wanted to take a car. Do you want her to have that car?
yeah.
Did you confide in her
What?
about this? Did you tell her?
No.
I mean, she was really freaking out about it. You have 3 minutes remaining on this call.
Left this call. So was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it was called?
Yeah,
How much was it?
1.5 million.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. No, they're bad. And let me tell you something, the task force, the FBI was here. They ransacked the house. They ransacked your place back there. They threw me and Nicholas down on the floor, and they almost threw me down. They fucked up everything. And Karen, I just hope you didn't do nothing weird to that little girl.
I did.
Okay. Okay. I didn't think you did. I just know it. I know how you in it.
Well, honestly, with my medication, I barely even have looking at evidence.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything like that.
I didn't think so. I didn't think you were a pervert. You know what happened to me with that little girl. I love you. I'm so sorry this happened. I'm so sorry to do that. That poor little girl. That poor baby.
I know.
I want you to pray for her and her family.
I know, Mom. Can you get a hold of Cassie, please? You have her number. Just talk to her, tell her I would like to hear from her.
Okay, I will. I just talked to her. This call may be monitored or recorded. She's moving to her dad's for a couple of weeks, so.
Is she bringing the baby with her?
I'm sure. Oh, sure. And I'm so sorry. Your call will end in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Were you listening to that music when you ran out of your little girl?
Yeah.
Oh,
The music on full blast and that truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a backup camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months.
oh. Okay, well, I love you and I'm sorry this happened. Please pray for that lady and pray for her family and you're in our prayers too, okay?
Don't know how much to talk to, but
Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
tell Cassie I love her.
Okay. We love you too.
Give Chester all my love. All my fucking love, please.
Okay. Tanner, be strong, okay?
I know.
It's not the end of the world, okay?
Now I'm going to publish for purposes of the record, I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 44. Then I'm going to go to 3 minutes and 16 seconds or 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the call to start where I'm going to start playing it at that point.
Which one is that?
This call.
44.
This call, maybe?
Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that.
Judge, I'm sorry, we would object under rule of optional completeness.
So you wish to have the entire phone call played?
sure I have the correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Berry, if you play the entire phone call.
Just letting you know, it's 26 minutes, Your
All
Honor.
right.
This call may be monitored. Turtle recorded.
Ooh, watch your fingers. Ooh, you got to smash your finger. You know, you would think they would help you in here. I don't want to help. I want them to help you. I'm sitting here watching you struggle, and I can't just walk through the wall and help you get in here. I'm all right. I'm all right. I got out of the crazy room yesterday. Oh, you did? Yeah. Now they have me in the less crazy room. I actually got the toilet. They're giving me reading material. They gave me, so they gave me a Bible, right? Then I forgot how, like, the dialogue is, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my gosh, like I have to take a break, like, I have to take breaks constantly already because the dialogue is like Shakespearean almost.
Yeah. Is it in King James?
No, it's,
NIV?
no, not NIV. I can read the NIV very well. It's, ESV or some bull crap.
Yeah.
I want my Bible. The one that, Pastor Dee gave us when we all graduated. I want that one. That's in my room somewhere.
It is.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him last night. He even came up here to find out when he can come. I showed up here yesterday because I thought I came last Tuesday, but it was Monday. But still, it's different. Now, I come on Wednesday, you come on Wednesday and Fridays.
Huh. I'm guessing Mom's outside.
So she get home and she said, "Tay, she loves you very much." And she's just so upset. A lot of people are.
Yeah. I can imagine. So, I have two lawyers. One's name is Bill Ray. That's the one that looks like Steve.
Yeah.
And then another guy whose name is Steve.
Really?
He even told him that yesterday when I met the other guy. And I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah. Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that. You would not believe all the crazy letters I am receiving.
Oh. We haven't seen nothing yet. I mean, it's world news. World news.
Shit, I have to tell you though, freaking, I'll talk to the first news station that can bail me the fuck out. I have to say that, but I would have doubt that would happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, this is $1 million item. Yes, I don't know. Doubtful though.
So, you have, why haven't you called? I put $50 on the book.
Oh, because I don't have your number.
You don't have.
When they took my property, I don't have anything to write that down with. You're gonna have to give that to them. Be like, hey, give this to Tanner. Please, for the love of God. Otherwise, I would have been calling you.
Okay.
I know. It's a very frustrating thing.
And I just saw this pen from the lady at the desk, that we're not supposed to have them, but I said I need to take some notes.
So that's a dumb little pen, isn't it?
Yeah. It works, it matters.
Okay, have you talked to Cassie at all?
No.
You're never gonna believe who sent me mail. So Nicole sent me a letter before Cassie does. How do you think that makes me feel? I just want Yeah. But, honestly, I need her dad's number, because our phones are off right now at this point. I know they are. So where is your phone? But the detectives, I can't even get any numbers off of it. Hey, that's okay. Otherwise, I would have been calling everybody, Jonathan, everybody. I tried to look at Jonathan's number. Yeah, you'll have to contact him. On Facebook, his name is Jonathan Earthgazer, because Earthgazer is the name of his band. Okay. No, I'm not on Facebook. Can't get off of it. Totally off. Well, that's the only way you're going to be able to contact a lot of these people. Okay, so I just want to, No, I need you to. Like, you're not getting it, Amy. No, I do get it, but you don't get all the hate that I'm getting from that. Hate? You shouldn't be receiving any hate. Oh, it's just... We're not supposed to talk about it. We're not supposed to talk about the case. I want to know what they're saying on TV, because I guarantee they're always making it worse than it is. Oh, yeah. Well, it's coming out that, you didn't write it right. No. Are you kidding me? On my medication, I couldn't even get up for Kathy. I know that's a little bit too much information, but still. Like, see, all they know is that a sex starter kidnapped her and killed her and dumped her body. And I mean, that's basically the story from like what everybody is saying. Like everybody here, that's who I am because of the TV. Yeah. You would think that I would have like people involved would have to sign waivers with shit like this, you know what I mean? Then again, these people are, they're monsters. They're terrible. They want their story. Yeah, that's all they want. That's why I'm kind of tempted to like right now, whatever, like, hey, you guys bond me out and give me like $1 million extra? Yeah, I'll give you your story. Like asking the baby at a nice house, fix up the old house. You can do that with $1 million. Give little leftovers to the family, that whole thing, but. Can I not be? I haven't been on my medication in almost 2 weeks. I'm feeling emotion. I broke it down the other day because I know that Chester's going to be looking around during Christmas. All his family members are going to be around. His best friend in the world is going to fucking be there. You know he's a daddy's boy. Yeah. Well, keep him alive, and, you're keeping him alive a little more with him. I love one for Christmas. It's just pictures of you guys. Your mom's working on that. So I've got it. We don't have very many good recent pictures. I can send you the pictures. My Facebook has pictures. You can just literally just screenshot it on the phone. Oh. Honestly, they celebrate their Christmas at their grandparents' house. They do all the presents and all that stuff the day before. So, go over there. I'm pretty sure they won't mind having you around. They really, you know how they feel about it. They love the shit out of you. Even though Chester will love you. Oh, yeah. Just give them pictures. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up, baby. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up. Well, if people know that because they know you don't have any kind of records. The people that know you, Aaron, know you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry for you. I just hope you... I don't want people to be sorry for me. I want people to be sorry for my fucking son. I remember every Christmas waking up, wondering why isn't my fucking dad here? Two Christmases wondering my mom wasn't there, but, Yeah. And, I don't know, maybe we can eventually bring him. He's already visited list. But it has to be a perimeter party, and that means it has has to be Kathy, because I know for damn sure Carrie's not going to bring him up here. So it has to be Kathy. She won't even talk to anybody apparently, so Nicole is freaking giving me mail, and she's not.
They reached out to her, to ask questions about anything.
Well, if it's the detectives, you know, if it's my attorney's office, that's the only person that she should talk to is my attorney, or somebody from my attorney's office. Like, that's the only person anybody should talk to, for my attorney.
The Texas Rangers were asking about, and they were questioning it.
And decline, because that sensitive information has to do with my attorney.
Well, it's all recorded. And when it says something to your lawyer. Was he there a while ago?
Yesterday.
There was a bunch of people in here. I mean, the parking lot was full. It's all leaving. Oh,
But you need to write down Cassie's dad's number at least, because I know you have that.
yeah.
So write that down when you try to give them the paper to put it in my property, so I can have that number as well, so I can at least try. If I can at least try to contact Cassie and just give me an update, tell her how I feel.
Okay.
I know, it kind of got pushed in.
This end?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Trust me, I wrote you guys a letter on using one of those. My hand hurts so bad afterwards. Like years of that guitar playing, playing drums, and playing video games came back all when I was writing that little itty piece of crap pen.
Oh,
Yeah. But the people, like, have you talked to Jerry at all? Jerry. Yeah. And you think he might be able to do something, but I doubt he would. Especially with how much they'll talk shit about me at the end.
all of us. Me too.
I love Pablo, but man, that was vindictive and uncalled for.
It's how he is. I mean, he was like that. His, his mother died.
Yeah, Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw about that.
And, Josh Sullivan.
Yeah.
Her son said, you received a letter from him?
Uh-huh.
I think he wants to write me. Because he's been there before.
I've never been in jail like this before. So, like, some of the jailers get really annoyed with me, but others are just like, okay, you never been here. Like, one jailer in particular, one of the sergeants hates me. I spilled a drink one time, and she literally told me, well, better knock it up. Like, he hates me, like, treats me like I'm not fucking human. But yeah, you need to write down her dad's number. So I can have that, so I can at least try to contact her. Like, that's a lot of things will go a lot smoother as far as getting numbers and stuff like that when I can get a hold of Kathy, because Kathy knows how to get a hold of all the people I know. Like,
Okay. I mean, okay. So I'll just tell her that. I mean, if I will text her, I'll call her first and see if she'll answer.
well, you just write down her dad's number.
Okay. You know, I don't know that I have his number.
Yeah, you do. You talked to him before.
Huh?
You talked to him on the phone.
I know, but it's on Facebook.
Then reactivate your Facebook just so you can message him. Please, for the love of God, this is...
Hey.
Sorry. I just want to talk to her.
I understand.
I just want to see my son. Kathy is the only chance I have of seeing my son.
I would think.
It has to be a parent or guardian. So it has to be Kathy or her mother. trust me, I would rather not put Carrie on my list, because she won't come up here anyway.
Right.
By the way, my attorney is potentially interested in working with Tommy.
Oh, yeah?
Well, at least, talking to him, since Tommy's passed the bar, it's actually might be good for him. Get some experience in that whole thing. I don't know.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't know how it'll play out, though. And I can only imagine what Jonathan's going through right now, because his brother went to prison a few years ago.
Yeah.
Now his best friend, and it's,
Well, maybe since you don't have, doesn't matter, what else does it matter?
but, yeah. Know what I would be doing right now? Freezing my ass off in a truck, excited to get to an apartment. That's what I would be doing right now.
It's kind of chilly today.
Yeah, I know, trust me. I don't get underwear or pants. Not in this thing. Not until I'm off the watch, so, No, not in the least bit. My wig is made of the same material.
Is it foam?
No, it's essentially a blanket about that thick. Yeah. It's a bit cold.
A lot of people in it?
Huh? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and all of them look at me like, that's the guy. Every single fucking one of them. There's this one like Mexican gangster dude, just looked at me like, with this hate-filled rage in his eyes. Apparently, they might keep me from the general population being tracked around here, possibly. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of an introvert anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Getting 2 books from the library, hopefully they come in. One is a Star Wars book, and one is the second Harry Potter book, because they only have the second and third ones. They have all of the Twilight books, apparently, so I might read through those for the first time since high school. That was really random. Why do you say that?
The mom found a book back there, and she's feeding her cat. And that cat's gaining weight.
Did she not take the cat with her? Did she take Draco?
Yeah.
I never thought I'd say this. I kind of miss that little shit. I miss this stupid happy little face when I walk in the door like, oh my god, here, oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Got rid of George and Maya. I wrapped them up in a box and go put them on a doorstep. Not really.
Oh, it's not good.
Your mom gave them two of the nurses at the methadone clinic. After they saw them, they go, oh, we want them, and so.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I can't wait till I can get a razor. Just shave my face because, it looks terrible. No. I want to be clean cut because then shit like this happens. You know what I mean? I think it looks pretty bad all the way. Yeah. I know.
Well, I just want you to know that many people asking about you, they're concerned about you.
Who? Like, these are people you need to send my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses.
Oh, we will, as soon as he says come on, she's always wanting to get a hold of you, and she doesn't think he's doing enough, but, you're not his only client.
Yeah, I'm not his only client. I'm actually his most high-profile client. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's why I'm out of the cuckoo room. So nice actually having a toilet. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Do not. I even have a little water fountain. But yeah, he was asking me to even write down some names and stuff of, you know, people that could be characteristics. I have Kristen and Charlie down, and that's yeah, trust me. It's one of the, quote, perks, unquote, of being autistic. Well, she has $1.5 million in assets and $150,000 in cash. There's really not much she can do except pray for me. No, for all I know, he's maxed out and hasn't even seen the phone or news in like 2 weeks. He probably doesn't even know.
I see him on Facebook. I see him on Messenger, not Facebook. I see all these pictures up there. You know, where.
Yeah.
And, I tried to call him, and it wasn't a good number, I guess.
What do you mean try to call him?
Well, to let you know about you. Of course, I'm sure he knows now.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows. This is definitely not a thing that's like, you know, like according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. Like it's not just like Texas news, it's national. Yeah, I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit. I feel bad for the family.
Well, then you can apologize. And of course, they're telling us not to reach out to him yet, because too soon.
Yeah, it is definitely too soon. I miss my son. I missed my son before I got arrested.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need at least talk to Carrie and see how she's doing for me.
I will. And we're going to throw some pictures off that she sent me, and because I asked her, I said, I want to send Shannon some pictures to you. Take pictures, you know, like you always do with him. And there's one cute one, and you'll see it. It's got a backpack on at the door, like I don't know what he's doing, but he was so grown up. He's getting so big.
Oh, I bet he is. And every single day I notice he looks more and more like your old dad.
Yeah.
I was going to kill Cassie. Just, if you can, please, just put your... Give them those numbers and tell them to put them in my property or my box so I can contact you guys because, man, like, get lonely. I feel bad for every time that I always put off sending Mom a letter back because I do. I mean, then again, I'm not even in a regular cell yet. I'm still on watch, so I was like the last week and a half I've been under like a surveillance type situation, you know what I mean? Once I get a regular room, I'll actually apparently have TV and everything like that thing. Took a little bit off of my, last paycheck to buy stuff from commissary. Hopefully that'll come in. Hopefully my stuff will come out of the evidence room soon, and I can give you guys that order card so y'all can get Chester stuff, you know, presents, diapers.
Oh, would you want to get Chester's number too, or
I mean, you can try, but our phones are off right now. The bill's due on the 8th. Yeah, it's not going to do much good giving her number now. Getting her number right after I would have got it would have been wonderful, but yeah. Oh, you can probably get her dad's number from her mom.
Yeah.
And then when I call you guys, since you know you're transferring your numbers over to me, I'll be able to attempt to call. And if they don't answer, then I guess I get that.
Yeah. I'll you go do this too, and I can call it for, some have a little question you ask them, you know, call and ask them, and when I do go, we don't deliver messages, we don't take messages.
No, I remember who that was. That's the lady that hates me. Like, they can't take messages. That's the lady that hates me. So if it was for me, that's why. They are allowed to take messages. She just literally hates me. I even talked to the NHMR lady about it. She said, we'll try to put a stop to that. No, it's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. I tried collard greens for the first time I was here, by the way. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Man, it just tasted like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop and not straight today. No. So it's supposed to be on finger foods before I get HMR, right? Do you know what they give me? Applesauce, biscuits and gravy. So I was breakfast yesterday, okay? You know what I had to eat the applesauce with? They had a scoop with a biscuit. Yeah, I know. I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library, because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. I mean, I need to get myself detached from reality a little bit. But, yeah, as for the books that Mom's asking about, I just need, like, one on, like, you know, chakra meditation and stuff. That way, you know, it helps when I'm having, like, an anxiety attack. Because, you know, being stuck in a box, you're going to end up getting a little bit of anxiety. If I start getting that anxiety, I'll, like, sit down, meditate, try to block everything out, relax, it helps. But sometimes I have a little bit of trouble staying focused on that. So that's why I kind of want some books on it. That way I can learn how to be a little bit more focused on it. And this is going to sound very, very childish, but they should have box sets of the Dragon Ball Z manga. Manga is basically Japanese comic book. But like they have sets like chapters 1, 2, and 3, and then 3, 4, 5, stuff like that. That would be a lifesaver. Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball GT, not Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z. The Z is my ultimate favorite. Bringing.
Your meditation.
Oh no, just what I was saying just now. Just something on like chakra, meditation, stuff like that. Chakra. Here, you have a pen, you have a paper. So like, shit, I forgot. CH. Have trouble?
Let's take a short break. I need about 10 minutes, okay? Call you back in just a few minutes.